Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. It's the weekend. We can fly if we want to. Very warm welcome to TaiModels Cairo for Microsoft Flight Simulator. We're in the PMDG 777-300ER once again. This time for a flight to Dubai International, created by Builds. Really good airport, which has been incredibly popular since the release of the PMDG 777-300, and we're going to fly into the potential carnage today for the first time. Headed first out of here, TaiModels Cairo International Airport. It's a fairly big scenery, though for £20, my exploration of this over the last sort of hour with the drone camera has left me a little bit underwhelmed, shall we say. We'll have a look at some of the features before we depart today. David, good afternoon. MPS Gaming as well. Gav, good to see you, mate. Good evening to you over in Australia. Ian, you too, good evening. Carlito, commentator, Chris Packett, Night Shepherd, great to see you folks, and everyone else in the live chat, wherever you are in the world, good to have you on board with us for this flight today. We've got the Luke Air Tool, lukeairtool.net for those cabin announcements, and we'll have a little mooch around the scenery for a short while. It's basically, when you round it up, it's 20 quid, which is, what, 26 US dollars, 25 US dollars approximately. It's not amazing. There is a freeware Cairo International Airport scenery available on flightsim.to. Requires a couple of dependencies to get it to work. But, I mean, look at that hotel. It's that's really quite substandard, isn't it, really? For a £20 piece of scenery, that should be a hell of a lot better. Bearing in mind that is attached physically to the terminal building. It's one of the key kind of buildings of the airport. Could be a bit better. We won't explore it to death. We'll just have a look at this kind of new modern area instead. The runway behind us, there's like an older terminal building there, but this is obviously where the magic happens. If you're new to the channel, great to have you with us. Hit like, hit subscribe throughout the stream. Join us with the live chat. Very pixelated. My summary of this in the members area prior to our departure today was very much that this is a scenery that is X-Plane 12 priced / E3D kind of pricing strategy with a very kind of average scenery. The internals are quite nice. They're not spectacular, but they're nice enough, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. And there's a few little nice features there as well. We've got this ruddy annoying Instagrammer that's in the way of security. Bit of an odd place actually. I think in reality, if somebody was stood there getting pictures of security, they would be stopped by security in Egypt. John, good morning. I don't know if you could see that. See that mirrored texture on the floor is quite cool. But then you look at the sign there, and it's like mega pixelated. What have we got down there? A little area downstairs. We'll have a little mooch. Oh, we've got some weird Johnny Depp music going on. Let me change that. Oh, it's going to be one of those days today. Let's get the tropical bangers on. Paul, welcome. Hope you're well. Good to see you, matey. How's things? Let us know what you guys think in the live chat as well while we're having a little mooch. Wowzers, what happened there? Whoa. Wonder if we can go in from below then. Smash. So I assume this is the arrivals area. But again, look, that's not annoying. I was about to say, look how pixelated. Oh my god. I'm going to try one more time. I'm going to zoom in. Look how pixelated that is. 20 quid. So it's got some nice bits to it. I mean, look at the structure of the building there. That in itself is really quite good, isn't it? So some of the areas of detail are really quite nice. but then it's let down by some of the really, really poor quality texturing in other areas of the airport. Yeah, if you're going to do an interior, spend the time making it look good. High resolution textures and all that sort of thing, especially if you're offering it at a premium price like this is. £20 is pretty steep. Panman, welcome. Here's another little area here, which I think might be the arrivals. I'm not sure. Not very familiar with Cairo airport. Let's have a little look through this bit. Got a little departures lounge through here, I think, somewhere. It's like a little lounge there. We can go in here, have a little look outside. Night Shepherd, welcome. For 50 odd Australian dollars, I wouldn't fly there enough to buy it. Ashley, welcome. They need to work on those collision boxes a bit. That gets old real fast when it force moves the camera like that. It absolutely does, yeah. There are some other issues that I've noticed that are actually around where I parked today. Yeah, a lot of work to be done really in making this a bit more of a reasonably priced bit of hardware, software, sorry, some scenery and things. Because at £20 it is quite expensive, isn't it? Let's face it. I think Dubai from mini builds is a lot cheaper, is it not? Yeah, look at the size and the detail there. You know, mini builds Heathrow as well is another example. Apron textures look okay. When you're panning around on the drone camera for quite a while, what you will find that some of the objects and that get quite pixelated. At the moment, nice and crisp, but I have noticed a couple of weird little pink glitches and glimmers and things like that over the last 20-30 minutes of just driving about with the drone camera above. But obviously this is where it really properly matters, because that's the bit we're going to see the most. And the ground textures here is very worn, isn't it? I'm not a massive fan of those oil marks. They look way overdone. Don't know what you guys think. You know, they're at pretty much all the stands. And I think it's a direct copy. Yeah, so he's basically just... that texture there is exactly the same as that texture there. And I know that's a very small matter, but if you're going to do the custom taxiway textures and things, let's make each of the kind of stand areas unique at £20. I think that's quite important. And this tyre screech mark seems to go all the way around, which, you know, I don't know, surely that's not actually there in real life. Nice to see, it's a nice detail, but I'm not sure that would be there in real life. I don't know. The oil stains look like my old school textbook after getting my first fountain pen. Greg says, hello mate. Whereas Nick says, hello, could you describe briefly the difference between Captain Sim's 777 and the PMDG 777? Nick, yes, so Captain Sim is a pretty... how do I say it without swearing? Really incredibly poor quality developer who doesn't really care about creating anything of high fidelity or anything half decent for that matter. They just want to churn out a load of gumph and charge a load of money for it and prey off the younger market, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. I don't really know how else to put it. But yeah, they basically want to prey on the fact that there's going to be younger folk out there that see the 777 from Captain Sim and go, wow, yeah, Captain Sim's 777, and they'll buy it, not really questioning the quality of it. Whereas PMDG make the aircraft licensed to Boeing, developed and coded to match that of the real operating manual and the design of the aircraft and all the same of that, you know, that sort of thing. Here we are, loads of pilots today, it's fantastic. Yeah, there's no competition really between the two, to be honest there. But Captain Sim is properly crap. They are not worth buying any of their products, to be honest, folks, and I've said it so many times in the past. You know, and I will continue to say it till I'm blue in the face. They are absolutely disgraceful as developers, preying on, dare I say, quite an immature element of the market that just want the planes rather than the quality of it, if that makes sense. I don't really know how else to explain it without coming across a bit too blunt. Here we are anyway. There's not really much else to see without spending an hour and a bit on the ground here. We've got a long flight ahead of us. We've got this beautiful Atarium Liveries Emirates 777-300 livery for us to use today. Look at that. That new tail design as well. Custom cabin included. I'm trying to remember. I think it's 5. Hey, look, there's them pink textures again, look. So I was just talking about those. Now this, for me, gives me an issue with LODs. It's just very flickery textures and stuff. I'm glad that just happened. And that's reminded me, actually, there is another problem with this. They haven't quite got the stands and jetways configured correctly. Look at that. Big old gap. Jetway operation is allegedly complete, and the jetways ran out of space. And there's a big old hole in it, which isn't really particularly acceptable. So it's a bit of an odd one, isn't it? For £20, this is quite an expensive airport add-on, and it's priced to kind of be in line with other simulators, really, not so much the Microsoft Flight Simulator market. Would I recommend it? It's hard to say. I like these textures, and yeah, the textures of the building that we just had a little look at there, with that kind of metalwork that comes over the top of the forecourt area. That's all really good. And the ground textures look okay as well, but there are some glaring issues that do need to be fixed that we've just seen. And for £20, that does need to be fixed. Hey-o, Zato, welcome. Daffy Lewis, welcome, buddy. Joining us as a gold frequent flyer. Good to have you on board with us. Appreciate all the support, matey. Should we jump in the flight deck, folks? Or should we jump in the aircraft, rather, actually? Because we haven't just got the flight deck to go and enjoy. We've got, thanks to Atarium Liveries, this absolute whopper of a custom Emirates cabin. How cool is this? There is a freeware Cairo on flightsim.co. It requires the premium edition Microsoft Flight Simulator Cairo International that's Asobo handcrafted, but it also requires a number of other dependencies which make it better. And to compare that against this, to be totally honest, I would say download the freeware and give that a go first and see what you guys all think. You'll find this livery along with a load of others on flightsim.to. You just got to look for Atarium Liveries. You can click onto his profile and you'll see so many spectacular bits of artwork. Cookie Taste, welcome. Sundeep, hello. Ashton, good afternoon. How cool does this all look? I haven't bothered opening doors 2 left because the jetway doesn't connect, but you guys get the gist. How snazzy is this? Jafet says weirdly he's seen a bunch of pink textures everywhere lately, even at the inner builds LAX. Interesting. Yeah, Aviation has actually helped Atarium Liveries create this livery, from what I understand. I'm not sure what work either of them have done, but pretty spectacular nevertheless. Just a complete work of art, isn't it? Look at that. Right, into the business end, folks. As we discussed at the start, PMDG have released about 2 days ago now a whopper of an update to the aircraft. There's going to be some tweaks to sounds and all that sort of stuff. I'll just have a little look on the forums. We've got 15 minutes till departure. Version 2.00.0037. What have they done? Relax the flubwire envelope protection. Relax the bank angle protection, protecting transrest speed, alt restriction and climb page from off-path flying. Some geometry issues fixed as well, and CPDLC improvements. Sounds external, engine sounds in mid-power range adjustment needed. Hydraulic ADP sounds too soft in external view. flap sounds need geometric bounding. They've improved some system lighting, general things as well, like cabin lights, cockpit geometry, fixed some WASM crash issues that they found are linked to the CPDLC messaging system causing those that they've solved. Sounds again, engine sounds at high power settings, internal and external improved. Engine sound on approach is too loud, that's been changed and reduced. Cabin sound looping has been fixed, and A/B switch does not make any sound when clicking on disarm. What else have they got here? External model things solved. Pressurization system has been tweaked ever so slightly. Lots of CPDLC changes. Sounds again, pack hydraulic sounds play in drone but not spot views. APU sound too low. Packs on hydraulic pressurization. And the flaps audio doesn't fade out, cuts abruptly. All fixed. Sounds again, AI traffic noise in the cockpit. I've not experienced that, but apparently that's been solved. Window closing sound timing has been solved as well. And a few other bits. So there's a lot to get stuck into. Brian, hello Beatty, welcome, good afternoon. Appreciate it. You know, TaiModels did send me this scenery for free, it's worth saying. But, you know, you guys know I've watched for a long time. Just because I received something for free doesn't mean I'm going to be amazing, you know, and biased about what it is. For £20, I think this could be a bit better. I'd probably give it about a 6 out of 10. PMDG tablets down there, that's all done. And just to give you guys an idea of what we've configured so far, I'm just going to tune into the frequency at ground, 121.9 second. 1219. Big thank you to VATSIM. Shofinek. VATSIM Egypt for providing some air traffic control today. Really, really appreciate that. You guys turned out big when we flew into Cairo a little while ago, so it's nice to be back, and hopefully you guys enjoy the traffic today. I think that aeroplane's now just vanished again. Good. 121.9, that's all good, and we're going to get the ATIS up. Mark, yeah, I think they should. I'm very much a fan of developers putting in some sort of subtle code linked to every order so they can identify who shares them online illegally, and then they can go after them. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I've changed
but
my
not many do. I kind of wish they do.
3 center. It was originally 05 center, just to let you know.
Oh, Chufinek. Right, runway 23 center is in use for the departure, which means we're going to have to redo our takeoff speeds, but we're going to get some possibly good views of Cairo. Just rerun the digits. 68, takeoff speeds deleted, no worries. Flaps 5, 68 still. VREFs are all the same as well, that'll do us. Lovely job. And we need to change our runway heading as well. Runway heading of 224, so we've got to spin that all the way around. (224), auto brake RTO, pop that back over there. I'll just get that back onto the home screen. Let's chat to the controller in a wee minute. Gary says, how are we finding the 777? I absolutely love it. What is going on today? Tiziana Gourmet, thanks for subscribing, welcome. How'd you say hello? It's salam alaikum, isn't it? Cairo Ground. Let's give that a go. Cairo Ground, Emirates 922 Heavy, salam alaikum, stand Echo 8 with information Charlie, Boeing 777-300ER. Request clearance to Dubai, please. Clear to Dubai, and expect radar vectors, runway 23 center. Flight level 390, information Delta QNH 1008, squawk 4412, Emirates 922 heavy. Okay. Yeah, boy! Been a few days since I've been in the sim because I've obviously been at proper work, and I love this aeroplane. I can't even hide the enjoyment of it. I know it's been popular with a lot of people across the flight sim world as well, which is so good. It just does everything I want it to. It ticks all the boxes for me. I absolutely love it. Let's arm all the doors. Pop that there. And yeah, so radar vectors 2-3 center. Let's get the charts up. So, out of Cairo, we're going to have a taxi all the way down Tango to the whole point down there, 2-3 center. Departing runway heading at 224 degrees, which will see us head out of Cairo. From that center runway there, past the Cairo VOR and outbound over the city basically, and I think that's the River Nile, isn't it? I'm not sure, we will find out. But after takeoff, we'll be handed over to approach. From there, vectoring via ATC to head towards waypoint Menley, and at that point onto the November 697 airway, flying along towards the border with Saudi Arabia, and heading west, sorry, east, all the way across, slightly over Qatari airspace, the Gulf, and into Dubai. It's about 3.5 hours flight time today over the desert, and very hot temperatures, so that has an impact on performance of the aircraft as well.
The pushback don't push, so we are heading southwest for whiskey free.
So I have no idea, because the TaiModel Cairo doesn't have a GSX profile, so I've used the one from flightsim.to for like the freeware version. I'm hoping there's very little difference in the positioning, so we shall see what happens here. Let's go. APU starts.
Taxi.
Brian, that's cool. Brian says there, did you see that GSX passengers are going to be available on the 777 triggered by the flight deck door? I don't know if you've seen it actually. What the? Restart QATL. I want pushback. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen actually on GSX in the installer, there's now support for the Leonardo Mad Dog, so they have passenger support for that as well as a new feature. Prepare for pushback and departure. That's what I wanted. Ricardo, welcome. Brian, good afternoon, mate. Says cannot wait for the 777-300ER. Brian, appreciate all the support, buddy. Been a member for 37 months. Says thank you for the excellent reviews. You're more than welcome. Appreciate all the support over the last couple of years. It's good to see lots of people enjoying the channel for so long. That gets zipped away. APU's good. That's all sorted out. Let's get the hydraulics switched on. Pop all the pumps on, that's all set, and cross check, everything else looks good. Pop the beacon light on. 4412, that's set, that's all good. Brakes and RTO. We need heading select mode and VNAV, which I don't think it will give us because we won't have LNAV.
Can I taxi whiskey 3, whiskey 2?
Bentley, departures 2-3 centre, no star. Hey Sandeep, my goodness, super generous. Thank you very much, matey. There you go, folks. Mega generosity right to start the stream today for the weekend. Sandeep's just gifted 10 channel memberships to some of you watching. So, for the next month, a very warm welcome on board to Chromatic, Tenured Amoeba, Aviation Simulation, Airbus Geek, Squiggly One, Bien to Reggie, Anthony, D, Shiza, and Fred, and Hunter's son. All of you guys have got a channel membership for the next month, courtesy of Sunday. Base and East Whiskey 1.
Ground, Emirates 784, you're ready for push.
Everyone's going to push in the cul-de-sac now, aren't they? 19050.
Finish 1008, pushback approved, facing south. Emirates 784 head.
And Emirates 9022 heavy, fully ready, request push start in turn. Put the flight directors on. Gamwaza, welcome mate, joining us, Silver Frequent Flyer. Appreciate it. So QNH is set, that's all done, takeoff performance is done. Ground control is going to keep shouting at us. And we'll wait for our pushback in turn.
Osprey 71 Alpha Golf stand Echo 5 altimeter 1008.
Now one of the things that have been included in this livery, which I quite like, is this. So if something happens, we've got a nice, quick, immediate actions evacuation card printed on the yoke there, which actually I'm very much a fan of. I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, pretty nice. That's set, that's all good, that's all done. We're going to get external power off. Ground operations, doors are all armed, ground service vehicles. Release ground power. Remove the chocks. So now we're ready. So wait for that Emirates there to push. Once he's done, he's going to get taxi past us there, and off he goes. And look at that queue already. We've got Egypt Air 777, which is great. Osprey out up ahead already. Got another Egypt Air triple. Loads of Emirates love today as well, which is cool.
Cairo, very good afternoon. Egypt Air 490.
Really cool. Sunday, appreciate that, mate. It says, just paying back for the knowledge he's received for free from the channel, or is grateful for the dream I wanted to pursue since childhood.
Information Delta on board, request for clearance.
Apologies if I missed the live chat just briefly during this first bit, because I'm really intently listening to Air Traffic Controller today, just to make sure we get the pushback nailed. Gamwaza, just join missed any reviewer opinion on the scenery at Cairo. I don't think it's worth £20. I think if they'd priced it at £12, that'd be very reasonable for the price. But there's too many rough textures and LOD issues that I don't think they can quite justify the £20. That's the summary of it. Steve says, can you show your radio panel? I want to see how the radios should be set green lights. So it depends if you're using COM 1 or COM 2, but I've got VHF left over there, VHF right there, which you can't quite see unless I do that. Green light. You can do that if you want as well. And if you're going to use COM 2, you'll have to activate the right one like that, if that makes sense. Morning, Clipper. Set 1905, which is our next frequency. I wish that ground crew person eventually just stopped shouting about heart rates. Okay, morning, matey. Let me guess, release parking brakes. Brownie and Felipe, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Hope you guys are well. Just to go into it more about Captain Wazza, the scenery, as I was saying a minute ago, some of you might just be tuning in. There are some really nice textures here, like the framework on the building here in front of us here at Echo 8, and the kind of big metal structure over the forecourt. Really nice. But it's let down by some really pixelated textures, and in my opinion, some vastly overdone oil stains all over the tarmac, which lends myself to becoming a little bit disappointed. Oh, look at that little gold rim. Oh, we're in the posh seats. We only do premium here in Osprey Airways, naturally. It's got a little train there that's zooming about. That's one of the features of the airport, to be fair. And we are, hopefully, about to go on time proper for our flight, but we just need to wait for the controller. That Egypt Air A330's just landed. We've been burning all this fuel with the APU on. Not that Emirates cares. They'll just tap another oil well somewhere, won't they? Look at that. Absolute beast of an aeroplane. This is 100% my favourite aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator by a heck of a long shot at the moment, by a long stretch. I just can't put it down. They did do stuff for X-Plane, Captain Wazza, yes, but don't forget X-Plane, probably their stuff probably looked quite good on X-Plane, didn't it? Let's face it. But X-Plane in general looks pretty awful in comparison to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Problem is their pricing structure hasn't changed, so they
Cairo Grand Radio check.
are still pricing the scenery for MSFS as if they're selling it on X-Plane, when it shouldn't.
Okay, any station with request?
Emirates 922's ready for push start in turn.
1 by 1, first Emirates 922.
Hey firm, we're ready for push in turn.
Emirates 922, please give me your position, please.
Release parking brakes, please.
Stand Echo 8.
Okay, Emirates 922, pushback and startup approved, facing southeast, QNH 1007.
Push start approved southeast, QNH 1007, Emirates 922.
Emirates 924, stand Echo 6, ready.
I'm going to trigger the pushback, and then I'm going to run downstairs because some motorcycle gear has just been delivered.
Emirates 924, standby, one aircraft behind you.
Hold position, Emirates 924.
And ground, good afternoon, Swiss 298, that's Echo 202, would like to join the queue for pushback.
Wishing all aboard a pleasant and successful flight down to Dubai. Kissing face.
Okay, stand by, you are number 2 for push.
Standing by, thank you.
Osprey 71 Alpha Golf, ready for taxi.
Also like to start and push.
Ricardo, thank you.
Echo 4.
Appreciate the super chat, matey.
Emirates
Very generous of you.
926, stand by as number 3 for push.
Right, so beacon, everything
and the station
sets.
calling for
Left
taxi,
engine
say again your
start.
call sign.
Auto starts enabled. Left
Osprey
control
71
lever to
Alpha
run.
Golf.
Let's go, baby.
Osprey 71 Alpha Golf.
Pretty much, Paul, yeah.
Okay, taxi via Yankee, then right on Charlie, Delta, Sierra, Sierra 1, Tango, hold short runway 23 center.
Taxi via Yankee, right on Charlie, Delta, Sierra, Sierra 1, Tango, hold short runway 23 center. Osprey 71 Alpha Golf.
Correct.
Emirates 1 Romeo, we would be able for taxi after company Emirates 922.
Emirates 1 Romeo, say again.
Oh, right, sets. This poor controller now, everybody's stepping on each other. Right,
Emirates
engine
784,
starts, fuel control lever to run.
Okay, taxi via Yankee, Sierra.
So 6,224,159 for the V speeds, VNAV and heading select to the active modes for today because there is no SID.
Taxi via Yankee, Sierra, Sierra 2, Tango, hold my song, we do 3 seconds. Emirates 787.
From Romeo, we would be able to taxi behind company 777.
Emirates 1, Romeo standby.
Outside startup.
Airlines 515 vacated, cooking sometimes condition.
Egypt
Nicholas, of course.
515, Cairo, Grand, Assalamualaikum, Marhaba, Fi Al-Qahira, taxi via Tango, Sierra, Delta, stand sorry, disregard.
So,
Egypt 151, taxi
that's
via
all
Tango,
looking good. Sort
Sierra,
out a thing there.
Echo, Charlie, stand Golf 5.
Big panel looks good. Both the engines are stable. Let's get the APU off while we're up there. And then we're going to set flaps to 5. 1, 2. 2 clicks to 5. That's our takeoff setting. Rudder trim 0. Aileron trim 0.
Last station, only static noise.
Trim to 5. Oh, the other way.
Ground Emirates 5 Alpha Bravo, ready for push and start, stand Echo 204.
And we want the flight control
Emirates
page.
5 Alpha Bravo, standby.
Stab trim 5, rudder 0, that's all good. Let's do ailerons. Alright. Felipe, welcome. I don't speak Portuguese Brazilian, buddy, unfortunately.
Osprey 2472, taxi via Delta, Sierra, Sierra 1,
Okay,
Tango,
looking good. Let's go to the checklist page. We've done those, that's all good.
Sierra, Sierra 1, Tango, and hold short for runway 23 centre, Osprey 2472 heavy.
Trim taxi brake briefing, that's all good. MCP, yeah. Anti-ice automatic recall checked. We've got the warning for TCAS.
Emirates
We'll leave
5
that up.
Alpha
Flight controls
Bravo,
check. Ground equipment is already clear before
short
taxi.
for
Before takeoff, flaps 5. Checklist complete.
No problem.
We'll turn that off.
Cairo ground, Emirates 411, stand Echo 9, requesting
Taxi lights on.
Emirates 411, pushback and startup approved, facing southeast, QNH 1007.
QNH 1007,
Martin, wow.
pushback approved.
Net design
facing
Algiers,
southeast,
25 quid. Emirates 922, request taxi.
Standby, Osprey 71 Alpha Golf, hold short of Delta, please.
Hold short Delta, Osprey 71 Alpha Golf. Do you want me to give way to company traffic?
Standby shortly for now.
Yeah, roger.
Who was calling for push?
Emirates 5 Alpha Bravo.
Emirates 5 Alpha Bravo. Well, you are clear for push, facing southeast, QNH 1007.
Clear for push southeast, QNH 1007, Emirates 5 Alpha Bravo.
And Emirates 922 heavy, request taxi.
Emirates 922 heavy, taxi via Whiskey 3, Whiskey 2, it's on the left side, then Sierra 2, Tango, hold short runway 23 center.
Wow. Taxi Whiskey 3, Whiskey 2 on the left side, Sierra 2, Tango, and hold short 23 center, Emirates 922 heavy. Okay, look at all safety demonstration time. Like a zoom back to the early 2000s. I'm not a fan of Emirates in real life.
Sierra 2, Tango, hold short runway 23 center.
Little dab of the brakes.
Whiskey 2, Whiskey 1, Whiskey 3, Whiskey 2, Rio Sierra, 2, and Tango.
So we've got to go on the left side.
Or use the space under the seat in front of you.
Taxi lights, light signs, air conditioning, pressure panel, APU, that's all looking good. Fuel's set up as required. We'll follow this left turn here.
Egypt 492, go ahead.
During the flight, fasten the seatbelt under your blanket so that we will not have to disturb you. For takeoff and landing,
Egypt 492, standby for
Captain secure already.
any mobile phones or tablets should be put into flight mode.
Osprey 71 Alpha Golf,
After
follow
takeoff,
company
we'll
traffic.
let you know when you can turn on
Follow
Wi-Fi
company
and
traffic,
mobile
hold short,
radio.
23 centre, Osprey 7 up
If
stop.
you lose your phone under a seat, ask your cabin crew to help you
And
find
Cairo
it.
ground Emirates
Sounds pretty good afternoon.
Do not move the seat,
Echo
as this
for
may damage
request
the
of
phone
the
and its battery.
Really tight turns to start the taxi here. Ciao, Simon.
It is illegal to smoke on board,
Emirates
including using or
926,
charging
stand by
Amsterdam
for
to
good.
St.
Sorry
Martin,
for that,
my
we have
goodness.
a lot of traffic today.
All toilets have smoke detectors.
Not a problem at all, sir. Thank you.
If
Emirates
necessary,
926.
oxygen masks will
Controllers are doing a really good job. Bearing in mind there are so many
Emirates 926 now, pushback and startup approved, facing south.
aircraft that are all trying to go at the same time. Look at that.
QNet 1007, Emirates 926.
In the
Swiss
unlikely event of
298,
an
are you ready
emergency
for
event,
push?
please brace
Affirm,
yourself
208.
like this against the seat in
Swiss
front of
Make
you.
sure I'm
298,
actually
pushback
steering
and
along the
startup
taxi
approved,
line properly here.
facing
Brace by leaning
southwest,
as far forward
QNH
as you can with your arms
1007.
tucked under your legs.
If we
The
face
safety card in
northeast, I
your
can
seat
exit
pocket
via
shows the
Whiskey
life
2.
jacket
Does that work for
location
you?
Cairo,
under
snazzy.
or
Haven't
to
seen
the
that for a
side
long
of your
time.
seat. When
Swiss
instructed,
298
remove it from the
negative,
container.
So
facing
Whiskey
southwest,
2
southwest,
Bring the tape around
facing
your
on the
terminal.
left side, Sierra 2, so that's straight ahead.
Inflate your life
Swiss
jacket when
298,
Is that junction there, onto Tango, and then all the way down. So right's clear. We have got one towards Retrojet, baby.
Use the whistle to attract attention. In the unlikely event of a landing on water, cabin crew will distribute life jackets for infants and children. Take a moment to locate the emergency exit nearest to your seat, which may be behind you. There are 10 emergency exits on this Boeing 777-300.
Should turn the
If
traffic mode
needed,
off there a
the
second.
floor level will direct you to the nearest exit. Please remove high-heeled shoes and leave all baggage behind if evacuating. To remind yourself of the safety features of this aircraft, please read the safety card in your seat pocket. Your cabin crew will now pass through the cabin carrying out the final safety
So we're
check.
going to extend over the line here to begin the turn. Weird green textures on the taxiway there. And then again, over the turn. Just trying to keep an eye on that Osprey on the left there as well. Round we go. Needs to be taxied very carefully, this.
لتعديل الحزام اسحب الشريط ولفك الحزام ارفع الغطاء المعدني.
I mean, look at the sheer presence of this thing, is so good.
الحواسيب المحمولة أو الهواتف المحمولة أو الحواسيب اللوحية أو تحويلها إلى وضع الطيران.
Big control tower there. This is one of those airports here, from a distance it looks really, really good. But when you get closer you notice some of the issues with the textures, and yeah, I'm not a fan of this tyre marks because it's just repeated all the way along everywhere, which just seems a bit over the top for me. Issues with jetways and all that sort of stuff as well. Not ideal, but it is what it is.
Air Cairo 69er Hotel Cairo Grand FLND, you are here to your final destination as fast via flight 22. After departure, expect vector runway 23 center. Final level 290 approved, scope 4405.
No, it doesn't have a GSX profile, Mikhail. I've used the one on flightsim.to that's for the freeware version of Cairo though. And that, to be fair, seems to work pretty well. You might have noticed this as well, folks. From the MSFS marketplace, the 4 simmers improved taxi signs. It's £5 as a bolt-on pack from the marketplace. And basically they replace all default Sobo taxiway assets into more realistic ICAO formats. So what we'll do is we'll just go on this line, it's a slight little right turn. We'll have a look at the stop lines.
Emirates 411, taxi via Yankee, Sierra, Sierra 2, Tango, hold short 23 center.
Yes, Nicholas, I have Unibuild to Dubai installed.
Sierra 2, Tango, hold short 23 center, Emirates 411.
There you go, look at that.
And Emirates 926,
A little bit of wing bounce.
Last station calling for taxi, call sign please.
Probably because you've got to set up the aircraft carefully, Archie. It's designed to work like a real 777, so if you don't configure it carefully, then you'll have problems with it. Where's that taxi? So here we go, look at that. So this is the Four Simmers taxiway assets.
Sierra 2, Tango, hold short runway 23 center.
Not a massive fan of them as a company, because they're the ones that sell £5 packets to Xbox folk for liveries and all that kind of stuff. But that's a nice little tweak anyway.
Follow the Emirates 926.
Depends on how you've configured the aircraft, Archie. It's 777, but also you got to remember. If you're flying from Dubai, for example, it's exceptionally hot. That affects the aircraft engine performance for takeoff, and if you're, as Brian has said, super heavy, then you also need to consider the fact that you're not going to be able to climb to your cruising altitude straight away.
Sierra 2 Tango, hold short 23 center.
Which is where step climbs are really important.
Emirates 924, stand Echo 6, ready for push and start after the Swiss 777 has passed.
924 standby, Emirates 784, contact Cairo Tower 118.1.
Oh wow, we've Tower online now as well. Amazing. 18-1.
Great job.
Thank you for that. See you. Who was calling for push?
Emirates 1 at there.
Emirates 924, stand Echo 6.
Pop that on mode Charlie now.
Sorry, Emirates 924 after Swiss cross, pushback and startup approved facing southeast.
Just rolling along on idle.
After the Swiss has passed, push and start approved facing southeast. Emirates 924.
Very uninspired part of the scenery that. As Racer, yes, I've done one stream with it and a whole load of tutorial videos. Got to pay more attention to the channel, mate.
28, stand by shortly, please.
Yeah, out of this or the freeware Cairo, I'd recommend the freeware Cairo. Now the buildings aren't as crisp and as accurate, but it's £20 less. Traffic mode on. Fuel set. That's all good. MCP set. They're all done. Rightio. Ready for it. Let's send it. We'll get transferred in a moment to Tower.
Egypter 492. Pushback and startup approved.
Look at that! We got a massive line of people. This is great. I love the fact that you guys are flying along today as well. I know we don't do many weekend streams these days, do we? But wowzers. Awesome route as well. I forget which channel member suggested it as an idea, but really nice route suggestion. Sounds like David as well is up this morning. Welcome, flying along. Gaston, welcome.
Osprey 490, standby number 3.
Should get handed off now. We're just going to gently tap the brakes, scrub some of that speed off before that big turn, and hopefully it'll give us time to keep rolling while we get handed off. He says.
Emirates 922, contact Tower 118.1, thank you.
Tower 118.1 for Emirates 922 Heavy. Thanks to the ATC, have a good day.
You too, Emirates 1 Romeo.
Cairo Tower, good afternoon, Emirates 922 Heavy's at the whole point 23 centre ready for departure.
United 2 Heavy, good day, line up and wait after departing aircraft on runway 23 centre.
Line up and wait, Emirates 922 Heavy.
Oh, good day, Emirates 1 Romeo approaching
runway turn off.
Emirates 1 Romeo, have a good day.
He's off and rolling. So we've just scrubbed the speed off there, and that way we don't have to come to a stop, then use a bit of power, you know, a bit of engine throttle to get the aircraft rolling again. So what we're doing is we're trying to just be slightly more efficient on the ground as we taxi. Because you can race to the hold point, but then you've got to brake and stop, and you've used all that energy up. Whack the landing lights on as well. Click.
3472 heavy, good day.
Okay, there's the windsock, and that's telling us there that we have got a 10 knot crosswind. I'm not a fan of these runway markings are horrible. Look at that. Jeez. Oh well. So a little bit of stick into winds like the 737 is going to be required for this departure to counter the craziness from that crosswind there. 10 knots, 3 knot headwind.
784, contact Cairo control, Cairo director 119.05 of the day.
119.05, take it to
That's ready there.
Emirates 22, Emirates 922 heavy, are you ready for departure?
Yeah, AFIRM 922.
Emirates 922 heavy after departure, climb flight level 60, maintain runway heading, wind 310, 10 knots, runway 23 center, due for takeoff.
Check. After departure, climb 6000, maintain 224 runway heading, and 23 center, clear for takeoff, Emirates 922 heavy. Brakes. We'll go for about 50%.
Emirates 1 Romeo heavy after departing aircraft, line up and wait, runway 23 center behind.
Brakes off.
After departing company 11
Engines look good. Toga. Let's get that stick into wind. A little bit of forward pressure on the stick to just help with the nose wheel steering as we accelerate. Speed's alive. 80 knots. Maintaining that slight right aileron. We'll have to reassess as we begin the rotation. Nice little bumpy runway. A lot of rudder being used now. Crikey. V1, rotate. Lots of rudder. Whee! Look at that. Up we go. Positive rate. Gear up. Wow. What a crosswind. And off we go.
Emirates 922 heavy, contact Cairo director 119.05 of the safe flight.
Contact director 119.05, Emirates 922 heavy. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good day. 050. Set, flight directors at matching, 3000, autopilot engaged, 224 for the heading select and VNAV for the climb. Flap 5 is the active mode. Speed.
Emirates 784,
brakes
climb now,
off.
flight level 080.
Taxi lights off, runway turn off lights can go off. Flaps 1.
080-784 heavy.
Cairo director, good afternoon, Emirates 922 heavies, airborne 2,500 feet.
Good afternoon, Emirates 922, Cairo director, radar contact, continue, climb flight level 60, turn left heading 130.
Climb flight level 060 and left 130, Emirates 922 heavy.
Egypt 2 Whiskey Delta, turn right heading 060.
Right heading 060.
130, 6,000.
Austrian 863 Charlie, descend 3,000 feet.
Away we go. Flaps are up. And look at that shadow. Where's it gone? There it is. Can't zoom in too much because it vanishes. Thanks, Microsoft.
And Austrian 863
Look at that.
QNH update 1007.
1007 on the QNH, Austrian 3 Charlie.
Yeah, runway textures, very good.
Emirates 922, climb flight level 80.
Climb flight level 80, Emirates 922. 8 flight level, standard pressure, and
Cairo
8.
220 speed, 230 knots.
30 knots at Cairo.
Egypt Air 2 Whiskey Delta, reduce speed 240 knots.
240 knots, Whiskey Delta.
Exeter 127.7.
Austrian 863 Charlie turn left heading 310.
Left 310, Austrian 863 Charlie.
Wow, the airspace is alive.
Emirates 784 climb flight level 230.
1277.
Emirates 922 proceed direct Manly climb flight level 150.
Proceeds direct Menley and climb flight level 150, Emirates 922. Okay, back to VNAV, climb 150, and we're going to go direct Menley. So we've got to refresh this just to put it back in again to draw that LNAV line from where we are now currently, and then we go to LNAV mode for the first time today to continue the climb. 250, that's good. 8,500.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen.
Austrian 863 Charlie turn left heading 250, clear Alpha approach runway 23 right.
Definitely could see myself using Cairo a little bit more to be fair. Felipe, have a good day.
A warm welcome to our Emirates Skyward 10 Qantas Recon flying members. When you join Emirates,
Big old city of Cairo down there. There's the pyramids. Just about to see them off in the distance. Through 10,000 landing lights. Seatbelt signs should be off. Super busy. And look at that terrain. Awesome. Nighthawk, I think you said earlier on you enjoyed the DCS video from yesterday. Glad to hear it, buddy. Climb flight level 230, Emirates 9022.
Emirates 1 Romeo turn left heading 150.
11,000 into VE now, climb speed. That's set.
Cairo 220 left heading 300.
Definitely louder wind noise. I don't know if you guys can hear that. But now we're accelerating. Night Shadow, welcome. I would just say use the VATSIM tutorials, but then try and actually put it into practice on Beyond ATC. But Beyond ATC isn't perfect, so it should help 90% of the time. Cookie I know it's just stunning, isn't it? Saying there's something about looking at the Earth from above, and I agree. There's something quite magical about flying, isn't it? It's, I love just sitting out the window, looking out the window sometimes, and just taking in the sights. Look at that. Look at the richness of detail as well. Liam, welcome. Hello Nick, absolutely, yeah. It says the problem with paid airport textures is that you have to commit to using them all the time, and in our case it'd mean having to use Cairo all the time for your investment to be beneficial. Yeah, certainly at £20. That was a sporty departure, wasn't it? Bring that range ring up.
Austrian 863 Charlie, contact Cairo Tower 118.1, last element.
118.1.
Off we go.
Bye. Air Cairo 220, descend maintain 2,100 feet. Clear LS approach runway 23 right.
2,100 feet, maintain 2,100 feet, and here ILS.
It is, the Thai scenery, the TaiModels scenery is nicer, quite a bit nicer than the freeware that you can get from flightsim.to, but the price means that it's just a little bit of a bitter taste that it leaves in your mouth a little bit. The cabin, it's rather splendid, Ben DeMarco.
Director Osprey 2472 Heavy, good day. Departed runway 23 center, climb through 2,700 feet.
Osprey 2472, hello again.
There's the Kazi.
Cairo director, turn left
Nice
heading
little
140,
textures.
class level 110.
Pop through the cabin divider into premium economy.
And approach for Air Cairo.
So cool. This is going to be one of the best seats in the aeroplane. Got to be. Let's just get the head up against the seat there. Oh,
2100.
look at that. Cookie, yes, I've done a skydive in Vegas, mate. It's I did it from 14,000 feet, and it was absolutely breathtaking. Really, really good. Like, I can highly recommend doing it. Spectacular amounts of fun. And it instantly, the buzz that I got, it was like all of the senses came out of my body all at the same time. And when I got on the ground, the euphoria is like something I've never experienced. Like 100 times more intense than completing my first ever solo flight in real life. Salt Sim, hello mate. Amazing. Just got back from Australia and his second lesson towards his PPL. He's got one booked again next week. Long road ahead, but looking forward to it. Good to hear.
Master and break Emirates 92, contact Cairo control 127 decimal 7, Master
1277 for Emirates 922, Assalam. Look at that view.
Emirates 784, good morning.
So good.
Contact ground flight level 350.
Jason, amazing. Enjoy your flight, matey.
Emirates 784, continue climb level 37.
Okay, we're level at 23. Power control, good afternoon. Emirates 922 Heavies, flight level 230, inbound Sisig. Flying Panda, good afternoon. Jay, welcome.
Emirates 922, good morning. Radar contact, climb level 390.
Good afternoon, continue climb flight level 390, Emirates 922. So climbing up. And this is the Gulf of Suez, which means there's the Suez Canal, which has been on the news recently because was it about a year ago that Evergreen ship got caught and stuck in there, and it was like wedged, and it meant that all of kind of global shipping ground to a halt for a little while. So we've done the Nile, and now we're over the Gulf of Suez. I think it was the River Nile that goes through Cairo, isn't it? Yes. There's beautiful views of that. So now we'll be crossing into, what have we got here? We've got about 10 minutes of Cairo control, and then we'll be handed off to Unicom most likely. We'll pass through a very small section of Jordanian airspace, and then we'll be into Saudi Arabian airspace for the majority of the flight today, before heading in towards Dubai. Pedro, scumbags pirate it. Just go and buy it like the rest of us who actually give a damn about the developers. Imagine if you'd worked for 3 years to create an aeroplane like this, and then someone went and pinched it online because they're just an oxygen thief. You wouldn't be impressed if you'd worked basically for nothing and you didn't get paid what you were expected and what you would rightly deserve, right? It's I'll say fairer than that.
Romeo, good day, the contact continue climb level 370.
370, Emirates 1 Romeo.
Voice is amazing. "3 years ago, Yamato, yeah, thank you. I knew it was recent, but I couldn't remember precisely when. It was, that's why I said around about a year ago. Jeez. Is he in an open cockpit?
Juliet November, good.
Little recall check, that's all good. Gav, good evening matey. Lots flying along today, it's fantastic, isn't it? Top climb coming up in about 60 nautical miles. 50 nautical miles. And that's where we are at the moment. Little altitude profile showing our flight today. Cruising at flight level 390 most of the way, look. We'll be level there by Carrick as the waypoint. And then level all the way across to Tomso, where we'll begin our descent down towards Dubai. Which actually makes me think... did they? No, they didn't do it in this one, did they? No worries, Gav. I know it's late for you guys anyway over that side of the world. $9,000 to go. Keep that heading bug in line. 33 knot crosswind.
Tower Control, very good afternoon. Osprey 2472 Heavy, climbing through flight level 200 for 230.
Osprey 2472, good afternoon, Cairo.
59 arrivals, Dubai.
Level 390.
Continue climb to 390, Osprey 2.
I'm hoping there is air traffic control online in Dubai when we do arrive. I mean, it's had crazy amounts of ATC over the last few weeks since this aircraft got released. I'm hoping the controllers haven't burnt themselves out. But if it stays on Unicom, it'll end up in absolute chaos. Fly Team, hello mate, says bought Singapore airport scenery and cityscape for Singapore, which I think was done by Sam Seen, wasn't it, the cityscape? Did it from Doha, time set at dawn, absolutely fabulous. There's small tweaks to the sounds, but certainly there's a bit more of a buzz noise on departure, and really nice little improvements. What do you guys think? Did you notice a bit of a...
784, proceed direct Carrick.
Did you notice any difference in the sounds on takeoff listening to the stream?
Emirates 922, proceed direct Ulina.
Direct Ulina, Emirates 922. Alina executes.
Emirates 1 Romeo, proceed direct Ulina.
Ulina, Emirates 1 Romeo.
Mike says, think there's an event in there in a bit. Oof, really? Let's have a little look. Events. Is it an official VATSIM event? What are we now? The 13th, aren't we? 13th. Desert Wings Mashhad to the Emirates. It's going to be that one, isn't it? Oh yes, Dubai. 1400 to 19Z. They might not be online initially when we were en route, because that's 1400 to 1900Z, so it might be that the Iranian air traffic controllers and VATSIM might connect first to get the departures handled, and then from there, 2 hours in, they might then open up control around the Emirates, for example, around Dubai, United Arab Emirates, that kind of bit. Koisa says, talking about the VATSIM event, I was wondering if you're going to the Elite Wings event tomorrow. No, buddy. I've got to drive up to the Midlands to go and sort out a house. A few little bits, so... Oh, Tim, that's amazing. If they've solved that. That's something that we discussed and actually took, and to be fair, Mathis watched on our stream last week, didn't he? The non-dimmable standby instrument from your chat back then, and they've already sorted it, which is really good. Mikkel, yes, I uninstalled Asobo's Cairo. You have to for the TaiModels one, because it's entirely separate. Top climb coming up. Once we get level, we'll then have a look at the long old line of aeroplanes flying along today. Also, good news. Next level racing, the big Boeing seat that I'm sat on. I've been talking over the last 2 weeks about the fact the cushion feels like it's just giving way a little bit. The foam has just given way and it's not performing as it should. Well, they've actually replaced the seat cushion under warranty for £0. So it is being shipped as we speak from China through FedEx, and it's going to be delivered by the 16th of July. So only in the next 3 days or so it's going to arrive, and I'm going to have a brand new seat from Next Level Racing and do a warranty replacement. So really impressive. I can see the package is already in Charles de Gaulle Airport at the moment. So it's got one more flight left, and then into the delivery hubs to get delivered to my house. So yeah, I can't ask for more than that. That's a really good bit of customer service from them, solved in a few days. They wanted to see the receipt, understand how long I'd owned the seat for, the Boeing the Next Level Racing Boeing seat, and all that sort of stuff. Really good. Nick, hello buddy, or asking there a good question actually, saying, is there an alternative to Navigraph that offers charts for a one-time lump sum instead of a monthly fee? Not really, no. What I would recommend though, instead of paying the monthly fee, pay the annual subscription for Navigraph. So I think it's about £10 for the saving that you make compared to paying monthly. It's about £90 approximately, or £80. I can't remember the exact price of Navigraph Ultimate now. I'll have a look actually. But in effect it ends up working out slightly cheaper than the monthly version. There you go, €81 64 cents. That's 25% cheaper than the monthly subscription, and then you just renew it each year, once a year. And I think for 81.64 in GBP, that's £68 per year for full coverage of Navigraph, nav data, updates, air-rack information, all of that sort of stuff. Really good. In Next Level, their own actual website. The beauty of Navigraph is it's got all these rich features, as the guys in the chat are saying. They've got really good direct integration with lots of aeroplanes now in the sim, and on top of that, it's one nice big Jeppesen format, which is fantastic. I haven't tried Aviaplanner though, Carly, so that's something we could potentially have a little look at, but I don't think it will anywhere near compete with what Navigraph offer, really. But yeah, Navigraph is beyond worth it. It's one of those add-ons that I can highly recommend, and it's worth paying every penny for, really. If you're going to fly sort of twice a week, roughly, then it's more than worth it. Okay, what do we got? Peter's up front. Osprey 3-2, flying a BA 777 livery, followed by MPS Osprey 5908, leading the pack on VATSIM, followed by Joe in the Egypt Air 777-300, which is another one that's been painted by Atarium Liveries, and that's really nice. Big gap up to Don Colito, who's just up ahead somewhere on Emirates. Slightly different routing, I think, I'm not sure. With us then behind him, then we've got Sherlock, Emirates 1 Romeo, flying another one of the real world call signs for the flight. Really cool. Amazing views. Flying the new Emirates livery as well, I see.
First service approved, face down and too to 1004.
Love how busy we've just turned Cairo. David as well. Osprey 71 Alpha Golf, flying the beautiful Retrojet out of Cairo. Scoots behind him, Emirates 411. Who else have we got? I don't know if we've got any screenshots. None are popping up. Sunday flying along for the very first time, quite new to VATSIM as well, new pilot in the sim world, doing really well. Been studying our VATSIM tutorials over the last few weeks to get himself confident, and has now decided to take the jump and fly along, which is really cool. Hopefully you enjoyed today's flight, mate. Nuvola, probably off to Abu Dhabi with the Emirates there. We've got Egypt Air going off to Berlin. We've got Evil Shimbunkin, Paul, I think, behind. What else have we got? Piso in a 777. And David, Osprey 490. Gav, Osprey 722's down there. I can see him. But I don't think he's flying along today. And that is all of us. There's so many flying along today. It's amazing. Information Alpha, welcome. APS Gaming says he's been using Navigraph since almost the beginning. He was a member in SVA Scandinavian Virtual. It must be over 20 years ago. Wow. I bet you've seen it progress an incredible amount then since. How's the new update going, Paul? Good evening, mate. Really nice. You can hear more wind noise now in the flight deck, which is actually quite a nice touch. I don't know what you guys think. JJ says, is there a bug with auto throttle? Sometimes on arrival or approach I can't disengage the auto thrust. I have to turn it off and back on again to fix it. I'm not sure. Have you got a keybind set to auto throttle disconnect? If not, just try press those buttons there. Let's do another little recall. Now we're at cruise. We're going to be handed off in a second to Unicom 1228. So I'll get that pre-set and ready. Yeah, I'll show you the difference in the prices for Navigraph Ultimate and the monthly subscription. Well, that's directly on their website. So monthly, €9.05, or annual, €81.64, which is, what was it, about £65 approximately, which automatically renews once a year but can be cancelled any time. And that, for me, the ultimate yearly subscription is the one you want. You get all of this, and the Jeppson data, which is insane. Oh, careers. Got to be in Sweden, I think. In Stockholm. Partners all around the world.
Emirates 784, no further ATC available.
Flight Sim software developer. That's who they're recruiting for at the moment. Snazzy. David, welcome.
922 over Udina, no further ATC switch. Unicom 122.8, pleasure to have you in Cairo. Have a good flight.
Over Alina, over to Unicom 122.8. Big thank you to all of you guys for the ATC today. It's been really enjoyable. Hope you've enjoyed it too. Have a good day.
Yep, we've enjoyed it, and see you soon in Cairo. Bye bye.
Bye. Big thank you to VATSIM Egypt. A really awesome air traffic control headed out of Cairo. Appreciate all of that. David, been with us for almost 40 months. Wow. It's crazy we've had it going for so long, the channel. I keep forgetting how long we've had it. But yeah, good point. When I first started the channel and Navigraph released for Microsoft Flight Simulator, I was quite happy using ChartFox. I found chartfox.org had all the charts, 99% of the charts that I wanted, albeit in each nation's own format, which made it a little tricky to kind of work out. But I resisted it quite a bit, didn't I? And then I purchased a 1-month subscription to Navigraph just to try it at about £8 for the month, whatever it was. I just thought, you know what, I'll just give it a go. I'll see what it's like, and I'll compare it against ChartFox. And really quickly, I realised how much of a gulf there is in the quality of ChartFox and other charts that you can find online through to just one single, nice, easy to understand Jeppson format, all from Navigraph. And yeah, and ever since, it's just completely sucked me in. And I absolutely love it. And now I've ended up as a Navigraph ambassador, which is amazing. You know, I don't receive any money from Navigraph for being an ambassador, because it's It's important for me to keep my independence, in my opinion anyway. But I absolutely love it. I think it's one of those add-ons that is 100% necessary for decent flight sim experience. Those Cairo controllers were mega busy, weren't they? Nick, yeah, have a look at Indie Builds. They've got a Dubai and Dubai City pack. Yeah, definitely the sounds now in the flight deck for me, post-update, slightly different. There's a bit more wind noise, a little bit more environmental surrounding noise in the flight deck as an environment, which is quite cool. And actually, really quite impressive with my speakers. Not really, Marco. Just do I also miss the heat blurs of the engines? Not particularly. That desert looks really cool. It's so barren and dry. So this is a little bit of Jordan airspace down below us. So we're about 30 minutes into Jordan, and then we're off into over Saudi Arabian airspace for the remainder of the flight, which is where the Bing photogrammetry will start to fall down a little bit, because there isn't particularly good photogrammetry data over Saudi Arabia. Thankfully, it's mostly desert. Commentator says he's been having a mare getting his GPU delivered by Amazon. Yesterday they haven't given him the code for the driver, so he couldn't have it delivered. Today apparently the same thing happened despite no delivery attempt. Oh wow, weird. Spyflies, welcome. She was not good 20 years ago, Chris. She was not good 20 years ago, my goodness. Lucy Pinder, however, 20 years ago. 15 years ago. Yeah, it is all desert, JJ, but that is this part of the world. About 6 out of 10 for HECA. TaiModels, HECA, spike flies. Look at those contrails as well. That's what contrails should look like. Not the bloody big pillow thing that comes out the back of the Phoenix A320 engines. Which I really wish they fixed, because it looks horrendous. Yeah, TaiModels, HECA, Cairo scenery, spike fly. There are elements that look really good. Yeah, the metal framework around the forecourt, the building, kind of creation of the building, and some of the interior looks really good. The apron textures are a little bit over the top, with all the oil everywhere and the rubber marks across all the taxiways. There's like continuous lines and all the rest of it. It's all one of those weird sort of things. But I wish they'd kind of not done. Issues with jetways not quite connecting properly. Underwhelming, basically. About 6 out of 10 for the price, being £20. Way too expensive for the quality that it offers, in my opinion. Certainly when you compare it against the freeware one, which is obviously £0. Got the belly as well. Oh yeah. No, I don't have the immersion pack for the 777 or the 320 Flyer Joe. I don't think I need it. And don't forget, some of these things in like SimFX, that's all coming in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and that's only about 3 or so months away. So I'm not going to go and spend £20–30 on an add-on. which adds stuff that I'm going to be able to enjoy when MSFS 2024 releases in a few months from now. So, and if they can fix the contrails, Flyer Joe, in the 320 using the immersion pack, then Fenix should be able to do it themselves, in my opinion. So again, one of those things, instead of buying the immersion pack, you'd be better off pushing the developer to actually create those immersive effects themselves. I just don't think SimFX is a necessary product, or the immersion pack. I know there's a whole lot of hype at the moment, and you're going to see lots of content creators, because there's a load of hype, you're going to see a lot of content creators hyping about it and doing videos on it because ad revenue. But if I'm being really honest, I don't think it's needed. I'm not that bothered about not buying it. I love the sim for how it looks. I mean, look at that. And I'm going to just wait and see what Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 brings out and does with all of that sort of stuff. And then I might decide to buy some extra bits if I want to. I've seen some pictures of like the condensation over the wings of SimFX, Liam, and I just think they look very arcadey. Way too over the top. As cool as it is, it would be really nice to see that kind of thing. But yeah, no, not that bothered about it myself, to be honest. LX to Heathrow, Clipper. Less ocean. It is a work of art, isn't it, Flyer Joe? I think I used the same words earlier as well, actually. It is a work of art. It's not just a livery creation with these Atarium livery paints. And if you are tuning in, should we go for a walk around the cabin? Whoosh. Look at this. Right, let's get my settings ready for the walkabout. Off we go. How cool is this? Just remarkable, the fact they've managed to do all of this. Yeah, it does affect some frames per second on some people's systems as well. JJ saying there, seen a fair bits on the forum about that, but again, I'd like to think I wouldn't have too much of an issue on mine being an RTX 4090, but I just don't think the product's needed. It's been created because a lot of people are asking for something similar, so there's a gap in the market that somebody has decided to fill. It's business, isn't it, at the end of the day? Clipper, on my Boeing TCA, I've got like the tiny little yoke knob thing on the yoke, if that makes sense. I've set that to translate view forward, backwards, left and right. And then the little yoke on the left on the yoke, the little kind of like little knob, rotary knob thing, I've sorted out so that it can do turns left, right, up, down. I mean, look how good this entire livery is. I mean, the only thing would be the wall. They're not white, are they? I think, just off the top of my head, I think the walls are this wooden texture across the entire cabin wall, aren't they? Off the top of my head for Emirates. I can't completely remember now. But I refuse to fly in Emirates. I think it's an airline very much stuck in the 2000s. Plus I've got to go through Dubai and I have no interest in ever visiting Dubai. Marco says, Luke, how do you make the outside camera settings since you can't get out of the cabin? I had to tweak some of the files to basically trick the camera into snapping outside, and then I had to move about. So I still haven't shared the custom camera views with everybody, have I? Whoops. I just haven't got round to it. Clippy, yeah, I mean that's a massive issue, isn't it? Makes it very unsafe in certain countries in the region. Emirates, the type of people that I've dealt with on their aeroplanes, very entitled / chavvy. And the UAE, I just have no interest in going there. When you see on Instagram all of these absolute bellends going out there to drive around in a Lamborghini and pretend they're like mega rich, I can't stand that kind of fickle, what's the word, like the materialistic kind of look of the whole thing. I just can't stand any of that. And Emirates itself as an airline, I think they're really outdated. You look at the airline cabin crew uniform and it's like it just seems very early millennium, doesn't it? And it's like they haven't bothered to modernise. They're just stuck with that and they don't know where else to go. So, but that's only my personal opinion of the airline. I've never flown with them because it's just one of those. I've got no interest in ever going to Dubai because of the sort of people that fly out there on social media. Cookie says Etihad is a way better airline in his opinion. Precisely, Big Johnson. I don't like any of that sort of stuff. Fly Joe, very exciting. It's in Rhode Island, isn't it, for 2025? I'm not sure if I'll go. I like the idea of going, but I'm not sure if I will go. Just because of the cost of getting there and using a lot of my annual leave at work when I could go on a holiday with the missus, perhaps instead for a week. Clipper, wow. Looking to go to Germany in the fall, and what's wild is Lufthansa is $400 cheaper from Newark to Frankfurt than United, and it's on a 747-8i. Yeah, that would be cool. Just to fly on the 747 in itself, that would be so exciting. We had one divert into Heathrow a few months ago because of a passenger that was fighting and attacking cabin crew on board, and it diverted him from Miami. But seeing the Lufthansa 747-8 land at Heathrow was amazing. Really cool aeroplane. It's nice to see him. It's nice to see the Korean Air one fly into Heathrow quite regularly now as well. It's a daily service through summer, and I've captured a picture of it and put it on my Instagram for those of you who want to check that out. Yeah, Clipper, definitely sit in as high a cabin as you can. I've heard really good things about Lufthansa's business class. So I don't know if you can stretch that far, but yeah. Arco, precisely. It's very shady, weird, backwards, archaic, but materialistic place. I don't like any of that sort of stuff. Just the last place I want to go when it's got values that low. Plus, you could be crashed into by a sheikh, and then the Dubai police will turn up and blame you. So I don't know why you'd want to even risk that. Barjo says, to be fair, the tickets to Boston for FS Expos are only like £360 return from Heathrow on British Airways. Well, that's very good, isn't it? Yeah, I think there's a lot of modern day slavery in the UAE, Tony. It's kind of dressed up as employment, but actually it's not. When's FS Expo 2025? Let's have a little look. 27th to the 29th of June in the Rhode Island Convention Center, Providence, Rhode Island. Yeah, I mean, most of the flights, as Flyer Joe says, going into New York, Boston, all that, they are pretty much always full, and there's so many services throughout the day anyway, each day, certainly to New York, that it makes it very cost effective for those flights anyway. The one thing that I didn't enjoy from FS Expo this year was, you know, the seminars they did at the start of the videos and things like that, and there was about a 30-minute. It just sounded like really overly corporate marketing gumph for like 30-odd minutes of like just nonsense chat, and I just think, is the rest of FS Expo that wet? I can't really explain it very well, but do you guys know what I mean? There was a lot of criticism of it. There was the amount of nonsense that was just being spoken about on the stage, some of those videos, and it's all marketing and it's a business. It's just, I don't know if it's overly Americanized, and I would do very well with. I'd struggle to put up with it, I think. I really struggle with overly corporate marketing stuff. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know what the word is for it, but hopefully you guys understand what I'm on about. And I think that's the bit I'll struggle with. I will find it very difficult to sit in any of those seminars. Grant says corporate toss. Yeah, you know what I mean. It just sounded unbearable to sit through. It's not something that, certainly as a Brit, I can tolerate very well. We're a little bit more straight talking. We do less of the corporate softy sort of stuff here. Yeah, it's tiresome. But yeah, playing with the new toys would be cool, Brian. Certainly meeting some of the guys as well, some of the developers, the guys and girls from various development companies, all that stuff is really quite cool. But yeah, I don't know if there is much to benefit from it. Jack, hello buddy. How are you? Leroy Air 777-300, eh? How's things with you, Jack? Hope you're well. Did any of you do the captain's dinner for FS Expo last year, or this year I should say? How was that? I forgot to ask about that, because that was meant to be quite good the year before. Fly Joe, very nice. Or £2,000 tax rebate, which pays for FS Expo. Crikey, that's very impressive. I've got a £2,900-ish tax bill to pay, unfortunately, so mine's the other way around, so I'm going to spend all of summer saving up for that. All fun and games. I mean, in the UK, we've got FS Weekend in Lelystad in the Netherlands, which is really close. It's only just a little hop away, and I would be more tempted potentially to go to that than I would FS Expo. I don't know. What's a level 4 exam? You're always studying, Jack. What's the subject this time? Because it was like quantum physics last time, wasn't it? From what I remember. Yeah, fly Tim, that sounds like proper recruitment. Cuts all the jargon and gumph out. Says they went to Gapan pilot recruitment event in London some years ago. Jeff Hall from Monarch stood out to him. He cut out all of the nonsense and took budding recruits for lunch to see how they really were. Yeah, I'm torn. FS Weekends in March. I'll be in Lelystad, Netherlands, which is probably a little easier and a bit cheaper to get to than in Boston. But then at the same time, I've been to Boston before, and it was one of my favourite places in the US. Not as nice as San Diego, but I would like to revisit Boston, to be fair. I'm very torn. I'm very torn. I don't know how much value there is in actually going to FS Expo. I don't know. I mean, some people love it, don't they? They go every year. They make like a little trip out of it every single year. I mean, next year will be the first year that Microsoft Flight Simulator 2025 will have been out, and that will be the lead sim in FS Expo, which would be quite cool. I wonder what the sim will be like this time next year. That's quite exciting. We'll have a whole new simulator, all of these absolute whoppers of an aeroplane to enjoy. So cool. So a lot of exciting times ahead for sure. Jack, nice. Your accounting qualification. I don't know how you've got all the time for it, Jack. My goodness. Just an astronomy and planetary science degree. Now he's doing an accounting degree, and then in October starting another degree in computing and software development. I wish I had that ability. Who's watching the football tomorrow? And I'm not a massive fan of football, but I think even I might watch it. 8 PM. Very exciting. I'm not convinced we're going to do well enough to actually win, but nevertheless, we can give it a go. When's Flight Sim Expo next year? Let's have a little look, see what the price will be. June 27th to 29th.
Thanks for the stream.
David, cheers buddy, appreciate that. Super generous. Appreciate all the support as always, David. Been a viewer and a member for a long time now. So if I punch in Boston, return. Oh no, that's from, isn't it? Duh! Heathrow. Boston. What's the date? It's 27th to 29th. '26th to the 30th for a flight. I'll punch in premium economy, but I'm curious to see how much a business class flight would cost. Premium economy, £876 on the way out. That's to go to Boston. What's that on? Doesn't say. Boston. 876. I'll click that one. Business class is only £200 more. And then the return, £900. So not quite as cheap, Fly Joe, you thought. That is a direct flight, mate. They're already out. 360 days in advance. But in total, 3,100 and... Oh, hold on, that's with the hotel. Stand by. £2,500. I don't think I can justify that. I think I'd rather spend that money on an actual holiday. Oh no, sorry, hold on. That's with a car rental. £2,070. And then on top of that, you'd have the hotel, which would be a couple of £100 as well, wouldn't it? So we'd be looking at maybe £400 as well there. Although if I log in, let's see what offers and payment stuff it gives me. Yeah, we're over Saudi Arabia now, Rab, so it's going to look really rubbish. Oh, we've got it. I forgot now. The BA have got like mad security on the website. Two-factor authentication, very nice. Save with Avios, that's not worth it. Oh, I could go first class. I wonder if I get my a BA ticket thing sorted out. I don't know. Felipe, welcome back. I think it's too expensive, isn't it, that kind of stuff? I'd rather go somewhere on a weekend break abroad or something instead, perhaps, for that money. I could go visit Germany again for a nice weekend, around Hamburg or Munich or something. Alpha Bravo, welcome. You're more than welcome, matey. Thank you very much. Super generous of you. Thanks for the super chat. The good old Streamlabs thing will catch up eventually. No, not quite, Fly Joe. I used to work for British Airways and in the travel industry, and the fare buckets only increase. So they will start at the cheapest, and they will work all the way up, and eventually they'll become more expensive. Maybe not so much economy, but certainly business and premium and all that will start to increase rapidly in price with the direct flights. Realistically, you need to book the day the flight gets released, and then you try and secure the fare bucket that's the cheapest, but they might only have 1 or 2 seats released in that fare bucket, basically. So, but yeah, £2,000 for flights to Boston. No, I won't be going next year. Sundeep, my goodness, super generous again. Thank you very much. Another 10 people watching today gifted a channel membership courtesy of Sundeep. Mega generous. That's 20 in total now. So welcome to Flyer Joe, Tony, Alexander Mark II, Bombtech, Hitesh, Brito, Brazil, Alex Wicker, Microbe, Solar Pit, and Ehawk. You guys have got a channel membership for 1 month from today, courtesy of Sundeep. Make sure you head to Discord, so you link your YouTube account into your Discord user settings, and it will get you access to our club lounge. But yeah, massive, crazy generosity today. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. That's 20 new channel members for the next month gifted from Sundeep. Thank you. It's just vast nothingness, big kind of squares and things. But most of Saudi Arabia is a bit.
Thanks for the 777 tutorials. Very helpful as always.
Always welcome, Alpha Bravo. Glad you're finding them useful. Appreciate it. And yeah, Saudi Arabia, you don't really get much photogrammetry here, which is why the Bing photogrammetry looks so bad. Most of the country is kind of militarized and or under a bit of a cloud, so it's one of those parts of the world where you're not going to get particularly good photogrammetry down below. It just looks quite barren and cubey like it is at the moment, rendering in a bit weird, but we can't solve that, sadly. Rab says, I hadn't realised you'd made so many tutorials. I've got loads, haven't I? I went back through a few the other day thinking, my goodness, I can't remember doing these ones. So. Tech language. Felipe, there you go, in the chat. Gav, thank you, buddy. My goodness. Another 5 channel members gifted. AJ Fanani, Mark Taylor, Henrik, Vitbard, welcome. Emo and DJ Vianu. Courtesy of Gav, you guys have just got a membership for the next month. James, it is, isn't it? It's just barren desert, but with very little photogrammetry, so it looks rather hideous. But what we can do to make it look better is do that. Hide the horizon and pan around. It's stunning. The way the metal reflects off the sun there is just insane, or the sun reflects off the metal, I should say. Absolutely amazing. Such a great aeroplane that they've created here.
Sorry, it's a light one. I'm on a golf holiday at the end of the month.
Hey Jack, thank you very much, mate. Super generous. Just tipped a massive 50 quid. Appreciate that. He's on a golf holiday at the end of the month. That's really cool. Whereabouts are you going on your golf holiday? Because people go all over the world for them, don't they? Mexico, Portugal, all of that. Yeah, PMDG have really lifted themselves, outdone themselves there, as Jafet says. Algarve, awesome. Yeah. Just Harlow and Essex. Fair enough. Essex is very posh. Certain parts of that, really nice county. Really would love Tampa one day though. Didn't know Tampa had such a big golf thing. Was that where the all those big like Trump courses and all that kind of stuff are? I don't know if that's is that Tampa? It's down Florida way, isn't it? All of that. But actually, yeah, I suppose it's a massive golf area. I'm not very good at golf. I think the last time I played, I ended up with like a handicap of -27 or something. St Andrew's Old Course up in Scotland, isn't it, Brian? Is that the one, if I'm thinking of the right one? I'm not very familiar with golf, it has to be said. You've just been back from a golf trip, haven't you, MPS? In Sweden somewhere. I'm at the minute juggling the idea, Rab, of sorting out some sort of dinner, and my options really are. I've got a few things, but I'm tempted to do lamb. I've got a little leg of lamb that I've got from the butcher's, little treat, which I might cook today. I'm not sure. Oh, Jack, yeah, they bought the thunder, mate. This is just everything that I hoped it would be, and you know, you'll look back on the channel and you'll notice that all I've done really in the last couple of weeks is just sit in this crew jump seat here. Is just fly this. I absolutely love it. And I feel very much at one with it. I feel like I understand the aeroplane, you know, quite comfortably now after flying it for a few weeks. And even then, the excitement of flying it hasn't worn away. It's just so spectacularly good. I can't recommend this highly enough, Jack. It's, for me, set the bar really high, and it's an absolute proper favourite of mine now. I mean, look at this. And then, you might have missed it, Jack, earlier, but you've got liveries now that have cabins like this. Look how amazing this is. Let's walk backwards, hopefully we don't trip up. Into business. Just spectacular. Paul says, I didn't think he'd do much with the 777, but it's all he's flown since it's come out. Yeah, I'm the same. I can't put it down. I've flown the MD-11, but obviously the MD-11 from TFDI Designs, you know, I enjoy that. It's a good aeroplane, but it's not compatible with any virtual airline systems. So for me, that just makes me want to put it down, because I like to log all of our flights on New Sky. And they've broken something with the flap settings in TFDI where it doesn't quite send the data across for the dialer flap correctly. And because of that, it doesn't work. It's a real shame. Whereas this is just flawless. Marco, no, I'm not a big fan of the Concorde. I think they've really let themselves down. That DC Designs Concorde's kind of just sort of stalled out and lost its steam. You know, they promised INS and they promised improvements to everything 2 years ago when they released it, and nothing has happened with it. None of the features they promised have been released yet. Dylan, welcome. Member for 3 years. Wow, thank you for the support. And it was your 24th birthday yesterday. Congratulations, happy birthday. You did a 14-hour flight Doha to JFK to celebrate in the sim. Nice. Yeah, the time acceleration in this pool is such a game changer, isn't it? It makes it uber flexible. So you could do whatever you want, whether it be flights to Sydney out of Doha or wherever else, and you could accelerate that time up to like 4 times, and you can just settle in and do it in 4 or 5 hours instead of 14 hours. It just makes the whole world much more accessible. Yeah, that's the one I'm holding out for, J-Foot. I can't remember the name of the developer now. No, I can't remember the name of it. What's it? No, it's gone. Someone in the live chat will know. Damo, Jack's really busy, Damo Designs, and he's not doing flight sim stuff anymore, unfortunately. Not at least for the time being. 38 months, Dylan. There we go, chuffing neck. Thank you for the support. Can't remember when he first came here and joined. It feels like yesterday. Looking forward to future content and streams. And currently, he's flying along on VATSIM Swiss Air, 8 hours, Zurich to JFK. FS Labs Concorde J-Foot. Yeah, I think you're right there, mate. He's going to be in this busyness somewhere, no doubt. Zurich to JFK. Yeah, I've got no idea where you are. I'd say I'd find you, but I've got no idea. We've got to find you in all of this. My goodness. Ah, found him. What are the chances? There he is. He's into French radar, who are actually online as well with some ATC. Somebody else said they were flying around in the States as well, weren't they, earlier on, but I can't remember who that might have been. Looking busy. And there's our little line of people, stretching all the way back to the border, flying across towards the Emirates. Persian Gulf. The Strait of Hormuz there. Rather dangerous bit of the world. Incredibly dangerous bit of the world, for that matter. Sandeep, I was anxious as well, but I just threw myself straight into it. I prepared as much as I could. wrote down as much as I could, and then just dived in, hoping that I'd get most of it right. And then after a few kind of radio messages, I got a bit of more of a flow and a feel for it, and I felt quite comfortable. Jeff, good morning. Says this plane solidifies PMDG being the GOAT. Felipe, goodbye, good day. Where am I in the UK S2 queue? Oh yeah, how do I find that out again? That's UK S2 queue. I'll just Google it, see what comes up. I don't think it's on there. Is it status checker? I'll go into my dashboard. William, welcome aboard. It doesn't actually... oh, my waiting lists. Is that it? Tower, position 106. So I'm 106th in the queue on VATSIM UK to try and become a controller. So basically it's not going to happen for about 2 years. There's no point, is there? It's just pointless. I don't know how people can look at the position on that queue and think, yeah, I'll stick with it. Because that's just quite disheartening. Is 106 high, David? Surely not. That seems quite big to me. Ilyas, hello to you, says, will you make a review about the 727? With that coming out at the end of July. Yes, so it's... I have been offered a preview, the ability for a preview from it, but I have to tune in. They've made it quite complicated, basically. FSS, I have to tune into them live streaming the flight on an internal stream for content creators, where they will show you how they want you to fly it. Not how to fly it, but how they want you to fly it, because it, you know, it might not actually be that accurate. We don't know yet. And if you don't watch the 2 videos that are going to be a couple of hours long each, they will not give you the preview edition to do previews for the purpose of a review. I don't know, with the work that I do and the hours that I work are so long. I don't know if I can actually achieve attendance at those streams that they're going to be doing. Which is a shame, potentially. I'm just going to go onto their Discord server to try and... Where is it? To to try and work it out and just have a little double check. So there's a new is it in here? Content creators, yes. Yeah, it says here, 2 weeks before release, they're going to host an introduction stream where we can see the add-on in advance, ask questions, and become fully prepared to understand how it all works. But beyond that, they basically said if I don't take part in those preview streams for internal content creator access, they won't then allow you to have the preview/review copy. But yeah, odd bit of marketing stance from them, I guess. It also makes me curious about the bias, because I've gone into their server, right, and usually I'll join like a content creator thing, and everybody's very sensible, and I certainly will hold myself very 50-50. I just give a wave or say hello and have a general chat. But this one is from FSS is just, I can't wait to work with you guys. It's going to be such a fantastic product. It's an honour to be part of such a fantastic program. Thank you so much, Heart. Right, well, instantly they're biased. It's the next person. It's an honour for me as well. I've loved every product from FSS. I can't wait to begin this fantastic journey with the 727. Thank you for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be a part of a great team at FSS. My community is super excited for the release of the 727, and so am I. The aircraft, just like the E-Jets, will be awesome. FSS has all of my respect. Thank you for your dedication to the flight sim industry. And then I've just waved. I haven't said any of that nonsense. Next person, I can't wait to work with you guys. I'm really excited for this 727. I know for a fact it's going to be a fantastic product and the community is going to love it. How do we know that? The E-Jets are crap. So, if they're that rubbish, they've got to prove themselves. So I lose faith at that point, because I just think, well, actually, I look through all of that and it's a whole lot of instant bias before they've even seen the aeroplane add-on for themselves, but they've already decided what they're going to say. That's what stands out the most. They've already decided that they're going to be positive about it because they don't want to upset FSS. Whereas if I think it's rubbish, I'll just say it's rubbish. Micro, welcome. Steve Hardy, good to have you on board. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, very much so, Cookie Taste. There's a lot of that, sadly. People are very afraid to upset developers, and you might find that they'll pull a punch if they're going to be critical of something. Instead of them being openly critical, they might reword that criticism to something very balanced and on the fence. So it's not positive, but it's not negative either. And I just think that's quite confusing for people when they're watching various streams and videos and all that sort of stuff. I think it gets quite confusing to work out whether you want to spend your money on that add-on or not. Because certainly now there seems to be a lot more of a watering down of bias and honesty and transparency and all that sort of stuff with some of the content that we see. And it's becoming quite evident that people will say what they want to hear, what they think developers want to hear, in order to secure products for the future, to get previews and build the channel and therefore build revenue. Hello William, how you doing, mate? Good afternoon. We're watching the footy tomorrow. Precisely, Jack. I think it's quite an important responsibility, to be fair. I think it's a really important responsibility. 24 miles to Gex up. Let's have a little quick check of the fuel. So our OFP says we should have about 17.7 tonnes on board when we get to Gex up. 22 miles, 18.3. So our fuel burn's just slightly over. That's looking pretty good. I'm happy with that. Yeah, Sandeep, I've tried 3 times and ran out of money 3 times to be a pilot. So I've given up. I can completely understand that. Sadly, the industry has shut out a lot of people that would love to be pilots, but they've structured the industry in such a way that actually you just can't. You can't achieve it. So it's a shame, but it is what it is. And yeah, like me, or like you, you end up kind of absorbing it, all of your enjoyment of flying into flight sim. Right, I've run out of money 3 times now with the PPL, and I've had to stop, and it's cost me, over those 3 occasions, probably about £20,000 overall over the last 20 years, trying to become a pilot. Getting so far, and then the price increases suddenly for whatever reason, and then all of a sudden it's unaffordable because it's gone from 200 quid a month to 250 quid a month. Sorry, an hour, not a month. Aruzi, yeah, I think they're nicely improved. We discussed at the start of today's flight that actually it definitely sounds like there's a really nice environmental noise now that you get inside the flight deck here in the cruise, and you could hear the whoosh as we're accelerating, leveling off at 10,000 feet and accelerating up to our cruising, our climb speed above 10,000 feet. You could hear that wind noise increase, and with a really nice fade. So there's been some sound adjustments, but I think they were all overwhelmingly quite good. We are now halfway. William says there, most of the young pilots his dad speaks to say that someone else has paid for them, precisely. Whether it be parents or whatever else. Now, thankfully, for those of you that might be around 18 years of age, airlines now are finally starting to offer sponsorship courses again, and I got really close to the British Airways Speedbird Academy last September, got through to the final 1,000 applicants for the fully sponsored scheme, and I got tranched off into Skyborne Aviation in Gloucestershire. So I was one of only 500 applicants left that had been filtered off into that school, and the other 500 had got filtered off to Jerez in Spain. And then I sat there, I was on holiday in Mauritius at the time on the beach, and I sat there and worked out that to afford to actually do the course for 18 months residential, I'd have to sell the house that I'd not long just purchased. So I can't justify that. So as close as I was, I then had to email them and say, look, financially my life has gone on to the point where I've got a mortgage, and that now doesn't allow me to do this sort of course without me selling the house. So I'd have to, so I reluctantly pulled out. But yeah, it is what it is. Hopefully somebody much more deserving has got that spot, and that's what it did do. At least it freed up a spot for someone else to have a go at. Made it more likely perhaps for one of those others to get a spot on the course. But if you were going to pay for it yourself, like some of the young pilots that William's dad spoke to previously, where they've said that someone else has paid for them to do their pilot training, in the UK now you're looking at about £130,000, and I don't know anybody that can afford that unless you're upper class. So give it, I don't know, 5-10 years. I wonder if the industry will be in a bit more of a predicament than it is now. honestly, yeah, Rab, if I could have made it work, I would have bitten their arm off to go on that course. But like I've said before, life takes over, and you just got to deal with the cards that you're dealt. And yeah, a lot of people go to the US, as Centurio says there. So one of my mates who now flies for BA, he left the RAF, and then his parents, again, they were well off. They paid for him to go to America, and he did his airline training, all his pilot training from PPL all the way through to Frozen ATPL in the US. And he then came back to the UK to get a job. He started flying with Ryanair, built up his hours, and now he's at British Airways. And that worked out really well for him. But again, he went out there without any bills or responsibilities because his parents had sorted it out for them. So yeah, well, this is just a hobby on the side. I work full time, of course, as a lot of you know, although no one really knows what I do because I don't really talk about it. But yeah, certainly it'll be one of those one of those things. I stream when I can, and I create videos when I can around my work effectively, but some days predominantly I just do 12-hour shifts. And then when it comes to my days off, I'll either be doing videos or streaming. Centurio, nice, yeah. So you've really stretched yourself, but you were in the right position to be able to get that bank loan and stretch yourself in order to complete your training. Now look at you, you've almost paid it off and you are flying, which is great. Worth every penny. We've got Tehran Centre. Right, so the Iranian airspace stuff is all online now with VATSIM. But we've got anything in Dubs? Let's have a little look. Yes, we've got ATC at Dubai. That's the current ATIS according to VATSIM. 14Z. ILS approaches 30 left, which is what we've planned for anyway. Surface wind currently 270 at 8, variable 230 to 300, 41 degrees Celsius, my goodness. And very low pressure, QNH 90903. So the engines are going to be working hard into Dubai today. Certainly for takeoffs as well, anyone departing Dubai are going to be really, really pushing those engines. William, have you thought about the BA Speedbird Academy? It would like genuinely, I think. Well, I know you applied last time, so actually you have tried already, but they're going to open it up again, and it'd be worth just throwing yourself in the ring again. Failing that, you've got other airlines now starting to offer fully sponsored schemes. TUI are looking into doing that kind of thing. EasyJet are offering stuff as well. Oh, look at that. Awesome. Is that Carlito up ahead? I think it might be. Oh, it's Sherlock. Emirates 1 Romeo. Fair enough, William. Yeah, just if you want to do it, then give it a go. That's all I can say. Just throw yourself into it if you are ready to commit, because it's a fast process. What you'll find is, so when I did the BA Speedbird Academy, from the moment I started the application process, within a week I had to have done 3 different assessments. The week after that, another assessment. A week after that, another assessment. And then another week after that, I had to have completed another assessment. By that point, I was in Mauritius but I'd then been so successful they'd whittled it down from, it was like 70,000 applicants down to 1,000, and then they charged 500 off to Skyborne, which is the little group that I ended up in, and I then had 2 tests left before I got on a course. But you know, things to prepare for, like speed, distance, time calculations, fuel burn calculations, just basic aviation related maths. I'm really bad at maths, but they're multiple choice, a lot of the questions as well. Some of them require you to put numbers in or select numbers based on your calculations in the question, but predominantly most were multiple choice. So if you're good at guesstimating like I am, you could probably get close to one of the numbers and go from there, and that's how I did it basically. There was one where I had to get a GoPro strapped onto my computer, and I had to record a cabin announcement whilst videoing myself doing it, and that gets automatically fed into the system as well. So they're assessing how you sit, how you dress for that video interview kind of assessment test, how you speak, your voice, your mannerisms, your facial expressions, everything they're analysing really. And you read out this cabin announcement, and then it sends all of that off on their website, and then you click next, and then it asks you questions about what you just read out. So like, what is anti-icing? What was the reason for the delay? The delay was because we are de-icing the aircraft. Why do you need to de-ice the aircraft? So then I was able, with flight sim knowledge and real world aviation knowledge, to explain what de-icing is and why it's important. And then I added an extra little Brucey bonus of how that compares to anti-icing. And so I spoke about anti-icing versus de-icing in this little 2-minute window where I had to video myself recording an answer to a question that was asked based on what I just read out in the cabin announcement. Psychometric testing, asking you about your understanding of teamwork and crew resource management, and how you are operating the aircraft as a pilot, but you are working hand in hand with the cabin crew. So like, some of the questions relate to, you know, cabin crew come into the flight deck and explain they're having an issue with a passenger on board, and they have concerns because of the behaviour or whatever else it might be. What do you do? And it was like, A, tell the cabin crew to go back and do their job. B, work out a plan of action with the crew. C, inform the passenger that they are going to be removed from the aircraft on the commander's authority, and all this kind of stuff. So they want to know how you work hand in hand with the cabin crew as well, by asking you questions within the psychometric testing. And that's one of the first things they do in the filtering part of the application process. What the heck? Well, that's weird. Like some weird movement thing going on. We're chasing him. Yeah, absolutely, Jack. And all they want to see in those assessment questions is you logically come up with a method of dealing with an incident. It might be an emergency, it might be a disruptive passenger, it might be a medical emergency in flight, yeah, that kind of thing. They want to basically test your basic understanding of aviation to show that you've got a level of knowledge at least, but also then test your team working ability. It was good fun. I enjoyed taking part in the process, to be fair. It's just sad that I've had to have pulled out. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button today. Glad you're all enjoying the stream. And if you haven't checked out the new merchandise range, then you can have a little look at the merchandise store. There's a whole load of new Osprey Airways merch linked to our brand new Osprey Airways logo that we've had developed, which is pretty cool. So all of the range has now been updated. A couple of new bits in there as well, and tweaks here and there. Rab says we've finally got some decent scenery again in Bahrain. Yeah, that's just up ahead, isn't it? Oh no, actually that's like a lot further ahead. Where are we now? We've still got a way to go. I mean, this is looking super busy. Look at that. That whole area there looks really busy. Look how busy Dubai is already. So good. I'm looking forward to flying into this with the 777. I think he means the Bing data actually, yeah. Bring that heading knob along with our heading and track. Make sure it stays in line. William, so now it's gone up a little bit, so that's why I stopped doing my PPL a couple of years ago. Sadly, because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it massively increased the price of PPL training because of fuel and all that sort of stuff. At least that seemed to have been the catalyst. Whether it actually was that as the trigger or not, I don't know. Or if flying schools were jumping on the bandwagon for it, I don't know. It's hard to work it all out, but realistically, for me, it went from £200 an hour to £250 an hour. So you're looking approximately £12,000 to £14,000 for a PPL now in the UK, and and it's down to a bit of a question of your ability as well in a way, because you might not progress as quickly as someone else might. So they always quote a fee as a bit of an average, but you might end up spending more than what they quote because you might need an extra little bit of time in navigation, or you might need a bit more time doing circuits, whatever it might be. But yeah, you're looking £12,000 to £14,000 just for a PPL, and then on top of that you'll be looking at £3,000 a year to keep it valid and in date as well. So yeah, it adds up pretty quickly. CPL, you're looking at about £70,000 to £80,000 approximately. I've got a friend who flies DA-42s. He's actually he flies at Elstree as well, and he's just bought his own Cessna 152. But he's got a frozen ATPL, and every now and again, to keep all his license and everything valid, he has to book a DA-42 for twin prop, IFR stuff, and all the rest of it. If you were to have a guess at how much that costs him per hour, what would you say? As an estimate in the chat, and then I'll tell you the actual figure once a few of you have thrown a guess in. That's interesting range. So in pounds sterling as well. I appreciate some of you might be in dollars or Australian dollars, whatever else. There's some of you fairly close. £550 an hour. Ian, bang on. My goodness, how did you get that? Yeah, £550 an hour. So if you want to just do a 4-hour hop for cross country, which he has to do sometimes, he's got to do a certain amount of hours in a flight. That's £2,200 for one flight for a 4-hour hop in a DA-42. And they wonder why people can't afford to be pilots. Hey, you could buy a good computer for that, like Jack's saying. You could buy a whopper of a computer and enjoy flight sim. And that's the thing, like Centurio says, in the States that would actually be like 500 to 600 US dollars per hour over there, which would be about 350, 400 pounds per hour instead, which is still expensive, but hey ho. At least some people have got the option, say. Won't hold it against them. But he's very lucky. He can afford to keep all of that in date. Youngzy, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing. Ian says that's why you stopped flying, just for those flights you had to do, and to rub it in, you ended up at the same place you started. Precisely. Emirates Aviation 24, no. Well, it depends. If you go to some of the airlines, so like certainly TUI and Jet 2, if you're ex-military, same with British Airways, they will very much like to hire, because you'll have all of the hours, a lot of very specialist experience, but you'll still need to retrain and get your type ratings on the other aeroplanes, and it's also a very different way of flying, isn't it? You compare a circuit pattern for the RAF compared to a circuit pattern at Denham Aerodrome or Elstree, and they're very different. You can't do a run and brake in a 777. So not all of those pilots will be deemed suitable. Depends on their mindset as well. I think we're pretty good with 30 left, so we'll go across to departures, arrivals, 30 left ILS. Transition, I think it is all that dot. I'm just going to just double check. Where's all dot? Yes. So yeah, transition all dot, and we want the Voltab 3 Delta. ILS 30 left, so just scribbling that down on my pad. Done. Lots of waypoints. All good. Why not the VATSIM 3 Charlie? You know what? Sorry, that's actually... Hold on. Well, I've configured for the 3 Delta. That's in the flight plan. It goes over the airfield, which I've had often into Dubai. The last time a few times we've flown in. But if we get the VATSIM 3 Charlie, then we can just easily snap that across and change it all anyway. Either's fine. Clipper, it certainly is, isn't it? And don't forget, in Dubai, they quite often will require you to vacate at a certain point. I remember talking about this last time as well, some of you might remember it. We're landing on 30 left, right? In a little bit later on, in about an hour from now. Once we land, as part of our landing clearance in Dubai, they will tell us which high-speed exit to vacate. And we have to try and achieve it, unless it's safe not to. Usually, it will be Kilo 8 or Kilo 9, depending on how crazy it all is. But they're about halfway down the runway anyway. We might just be told Kilo 9, to be fair. So we'll just have to try and prepare for either of those. And that's pretty much one of those two there. That's where we will be vacating. Slight high-speed exit though, it's quite good. We can just come off, bring the speed down to 50 knots and then come off at 9 or 8. It's probably going to be Kilo 8 though. I'm just going to put a little red line across the thing there. And you can see that's... I don't know, actually Kilo 8 is probably a bit far. I reckon it'll be Kilo 9. Which is about halfway down the runway, 2000. So we'll do order brake 1 with reverse thrust and then go from there. We'll see what happens. Centuria says his Challenger is going to look so tiny with all the 777s around him. It's going to look super strange, isn't it? Says like when he went into Newark in the CJ the other week in real life, dodging between all the heavies. David, so a lot of the flying schools require you to fly like once every month or two. If you don't fly once every month, at some of the flying schools, you then have to pay for an instructor to go up with you to recertify you to use their aircraft so that you can continue to fly, and then every 2 years you've got to do your single engine piston rating again, which is an additional cost. But then on top of that, if you've done your night ratings or your IFR, whatever it might be, you've got to pay for those additional costs as well. But predominantly you're looking at about £3,000 a year to keep your license valid throughout the year, basically. Not far, look at that. There's the coast, you can already see that now. Still no Dubai centre on though, Emirates radar, or whatever they call it. Oh yeah, the CAA in the UK, David, generally hates general aviation flying anyway. They're doing their best to try and put a stop to it really by restricting a lot of airspace and all that sort of stuff. Alright, so Dubai at the moment, local time 18:47, it's UTC plus 4. Live traffic 184 arrivals into Dubai on VATSIM. Departures 185 departures as well, my goodness. Crazy busy. We could probably confidently look at the charts as well. Let me just set a poll up, and all of you guys watching around the world can choose. So there's the poll, folks. What do you want to see for the approach? Do you want to see us hand fly the landing like we usually do in this, or do you want to see the aeroplane auto land? Let us know, have your say in the poll. We'll leave it running for the next sort of 15 minutes or so while we look at the charts. Airport elevation is 62 feet. Modus is mandatory 2,000 feet, which is there at 6 miles. So I'll put that on with a fixed ring for the runway, and all dot is 15 miles. Now quite regularly in Dubai, if I just show you the arrival here, we've got a whole lot of waypoints. Quite regularly in Dubai what you'll get is a descent. Say for example we're going to do this VTEB 3 Delta here. We might get stepped down to about 4,000 feet there, and then we might go in, we might be cut into all dot, and then in from there down to 2,000 feet to fly the approach. So we might get that, we might get shortcuts. One aeroplane might get vectors in like so, and then we might be behind that aeroplane, and we might then get the next waypoint with a vector in like so. So it all depends on how busy it is and what the air traffic controllers are going to give us. With Dubai we've got to be really flexible in our plan and brief for multiple things effectively, so that we are ready to execute whatever we're given. But good views over approach. We'll have that big earth thing down below, the palm further down as well, so it should be quite interesting. And yeah, night shadow, there's every chance we might get told to enter the hold. You'll notice here at VTEB we haven't got any holds up here, but there's a hold at Tukak and there's a hold at Velar, depending on which arrival procedure we're issued by air traffic control. And then the missed approach is climb direct to DB 707 on track 284 degrees to egg knot and hold at 3000, which is there in that little inset on the charts. And I'll just set up for the normal stuff while we are waiting for that pole. On the Barrow we'll set 100. Right, so estimated landing weight about 206 tonne. I'll put 206.2 just to give us some approximate V speeds. And I wonder if they've landed flap 25. I'll set that. Might fly flap 25 approach, see what happens there with that. Be quite exciting. So we've done most of our work except for the local QNH. We can have a look at COM. OMDB VATSIM send. We can see what we get. Take a little while for it to load up. There it is. Unable to provide ATIS. Ah. Well, that's a real shame. We use the live chat. I'm just going to change this to a constant MAC as well. MAC 84 slash. What have we got? Booteb at 230. That's there. So we want to go econ speed at Tomso for the descents. So econ slash there. Still got 9 pages left. There's so many legs, waypoints in this route. It's insane. Basically, just they're asking the airplane to just accelerate a little bit. Did I, Ali? That may have been a very good spot. OMDB. We'll see what it gives us now. Not too far from Doha now, either. We've got Bahrain up ahead on the right hand side, off in the distance. You can kind of just see it sitting out there in the water, and then just beyond that is Qatar. There we go. So we can have a look at the messages and we can read. We've got massive ATIS here, which is why it's got 2 pages. Look, this one here relates to departures, so I'm just going to go straight to page 2. Where is it? Review. Ah. How do we do? It didn't bring up the arrival one. Trying to neaten up my Valanta here as well, because I've got like a million lists open. Yeah, I thought that was solved as well, actually. There we go. Photogrammetry again, finally. Nice views. Hoping we get some ATC soon, but I think looking at the structure of it and the routes that are operating in and out of here, so there's an event on at the moment involving Dubai, and you can see here they've got Mashhad airport there that's fully staffed, working through Iran down towards Bandar Abbas, and then the Strait of Hormuz into Dubai. And I think what they're doing here is a bit of clever resourcing, because if you're flying into Dubai, you're already going to be quite low as you leave Iranian airspace, so you don't need Emirates control. So I wonder if they've just left approach on as the kind of higher up level intentionally. But we have got Qatar online now, Doha radar, in just a few minutes. So waypoint Danob will be with them for a very short period of time, literally 5 waypoints, look there. And now we're joining this absolute craziness. Lots of aeroplanes going northbound, which is good, and we've now fitted in quite nicely into a good flow into Dubai. But we've also got aircraft from the south, north and east flying in. Rab says it's going to be pitch black for us. Hopefully not too dark. We've got what, 30 odd minutes left. Oh yeah, we're in that sunset phase now, aren't we? Oh, we got Bahrain radar, 127.525. I'm not sure. Oh no, we are flying into their area actually. We're about to go into their airspace, I believe. Oop. Speak of the devils. 127.525. Bahrain radar, good evening, Emirates 922 heavies, flight level 390 inbound Daror, Mach .84. You said contact me.
Alright, have a good day, Emirates 1 Romeo, flight level 370 inbound Daror.
Maybe he's not quite ready. I'll wait till there's a transmission. And then I'll call up again.
Alright, Emirates 777-300ER, bound Ola.
Might actually, yeah, but it's going to be a sunset or nighttime arrival for us into Dubai tonight. And there's the sun. Be racing down with us. 127525. Yeah, I've run the correct frequency. Oh well.
Emirates 784, Doha control. Bahrain control, sir.
Emirates 784, go ahead.
Emirates 784, Bahrain control identified, level 370. Continuous above.
Continue on stall 370.
Here he is.
Emirates 1 Romeo, Bahrain control identified, level 370. Continuous above. Emirates 836. Just when you're at the holding point, we'll give you a 953 instead.
Bahrain, good evening. Emirates 9022 heavy, flight level 390, the raw.
Emirates 9022, Bahrain control identified. Continue south.
Bahrain control, good evening. Emirates 857, flight level 3.
There we go. 71% of you want me to hand fly the landing. Always wins, doesn't it?
Emirates 85. Now leaving my airspace. 100 income wants to flight bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's all good. Let's do a little bit more of our descent prep. So, what have we got here? It's 30 left, wasn't it? Hold on. Oh yeah, VTEB. Alt dot. Runway 30 left. So fix. Runway 30 left.
Pad 371, Bahrain control.
Just delete Cairo, fix there. And I'm going to put a 6 mile fix ring in there because I want to be at 2,000 feet at 6 miles according to the chart. So that's a really important fix. And then at 4 miles, we want to make sure we're at final approach speed or decelerating to that. So I'll put another 4 mile fix ring there as well. Peter, welcome. 2 hours left to Sao Paulo from Miami with his American Airlines 777-300ER. Very nice. So pop those in there. We've already done the descent forecast as well. And that's all there, ready to go as well. So there's potential we might have to go into a hold. We'll just see how we go with the arrival into Dubai later.
3453 Qatari 98 Papa.
Emirates 836, cleared to Dubai. Climb 4,000 feet, maintain runway heading.
Squawk
Heading back in. We'll turn now over the water. Oh, a little bit of engine wiggle there as we roll out.
39-8 Papa, bearing control identified, level 370, sense level 210, level by Gurma.
Level 10 by
It's funny, isn't it? You think Qatar and Bahrain being such tiny pieces of airspace, the nations themselves would just share the airspace with a radar, kind of like a joint radar thing. You would think. But we'll be handed off in a minute to Doha Control 135-725. We'll be with them for a few minutes, and then we might be passed to Unicom if Dubai or Emirates Control don't come online. And then we'll have Dubai approach on 124.9 later, followed by tower and ground. So it's going to get really busy, and we've got loads of ATC for the arrival into Dubai. Look how many waypoints there are now; it's just incredible. Top of descent in 160 miles. We set order brake 1. That's part of our descent planning. On the performance tool, landing en route.
926 Bahrain Control. Identified level 370, continue.
And we can do some planning like so. That looks pretty good. But James, sometimes, so I don't do auto lands.
Bahrain radar, Osprey 71, Alpha Golf, flight level 370.
But sometimes it's nice to demonstrate the capability of the aeroplane.
Osprey 71, Alpha Golf, level control, identified level 370, continue.
Roger.
Bahrain Control,
there we are.
Emirates 411, flight level 350.
Little slice there of airspace.
Control, identified level 350, continue.
411, continue.
Bahrain radar, very good evening, Osprey 2472, flight level 390.
Ali, interesting. So I assume there that'll either be financial or political issues.
Identified level 390, continue.
Continue 390, Osprey 2472.
Image Seeker, good day. Welcome, mate.
Osprey 2472, report indicated.
Most pilots don't use auto land, James.
Indicated airspeed is decimal 840 for 2472 heading.
2472, copy, maintain 84, decimal 84.
Maintain 84 for Osprey 2472.
71 Alpha Golf, maintain decimal 84.
Maintain decimal 84, Osprey 7 Alpha Golf.
As Racer earlier was saying, that
784, when ready,
he had shared on our Discord server, he had shared how he was watching the stream today on his flight from London Heathrow to Singapore, and I don't know if you guys want to see it.
Emirates 836,
there it is.
Direct Kodak.
I don't know how he done it, but he's managed to change his screen.
It's 310, not 210.
To fit perfectly into the IFE. If I had the option though, I wouldn't be sitting in the back. Treat yourself, sit in the front. Right on up there. Bahrain and Qatar down there. There's Bahrain. And there is Qatar, with Doha International Airport just off in the distance before the horizon there. Can't quite see it. What else are we doing?
Sorry, 98 Papa, descend now, flight level 320.
Roger, descending now, 320, Qatari 98 Papa.
Navrad. ILS. So I just want to check frequencies match. Treble 13, that's good, that's right, and the inbound course 299er. So we should then also get a little later on, when we get in range, IDBW as a 4-letter identifier to give us the unique code for the ILS, and that should all match up. That's pretty good. ILS DME reads 0 at the touchdown zone. RNAV 1 required for initial, intermediate and missed approach transitions. Special aircrew and aircraft certification required. Caution, independent parallel departures on runway 30 right.
Osprey 2472, direct Kumla.
Direct Kumla for Osprey 2472.
Not really, James. That's a bit of a misunderstanding of autoland. Most pilots will not use autoland, but they have to do an autoland every once in a while. And certainly the aeroplanes, some aeroplanes require an autoland to be conducted in, say, one every 60 days or something like that to maintain the aircraft's certification for the autoland as well. Some aircraft don't need them more than once every 3 months now because of technological enhancements and improvements, I think. Whereas I think the 757 has to have an autoland every 30 days or something. Can't quite 100% remember, but someone will know precisely what in the chat, no doubt. Where did you put the minimums in the FMC, Mikkel says? You don't. You put it there. Using the spinny wheels up here. That's the next thing we need, actually. Whereas
Emirates 1227, Bahrain control identified. Level
we are QNH 903. High to low down you go.
Flight level 360, continue as filed. United 1227. Emirates 1227.
993. Temperature 41 degrees. My goodness. And they're on information kilo for arrivals at the moment.
Right, 836 transit.
Pop those down in the box, and then we should have.
Stop flying flight level 210.
Oops. TDF center 135.725. 135.725. So that's ready. And we're also going to have to get prepared for an approach at night time. So just setting up the lights and the overhead panel, making sure all of that is set. Across the flight deck, it's going to get dark. We want to make sure that we've set everything up as we want.
Emirates 411, Bahrain control, would you speed to Mach 80?
Reducing to speed.
Top descent coming up in 80 nautical miles, just above.
Bahrain, good evening. Qatari 812 with you. Request clearance to Muscat.
Sorry, 812 clear to Muscat. After departure, maintain.
Yeah, it's going to be dark for the arrival. But that's going to be cool because we've never done a nighttime arrival in this yet, and the emissives and the textures of the lights, everything in this is awesome. So I think the last time we flew to Dubai it was nighttime as well.
Qatari 812.
812, read that correct.
Sun's going down pretty quick now, actually.
Hello, my salam is Sir Skirby 1125 with you level 65.
Skirby 1125, confirm your final altitude.
Final will be level 340, Skirby 1125.
Skirby 1125, Bahrain control identified. City climb level 340.
Don't want the screens too bright either, so I might just turn some of them down a little bit. I'll try and get in front there. Where's that side? Out there.
Emirates 9026 to GC to Mach 80.
That's a very similar call sign.
Hold on, okay, to the Emirates 926.
Okay, so flood's off. We don't want the flood. We've got panel lights on. That flood was on a little bit.
Emirates 784, 10 now, flight level 310 to be level by console.
10 now, flight level 310 to be level by console.
Flood's off properly.
Emirates 1 Romeo, descend flight level 310 to be level by console.
Sounds like we're being stepped down a little bit.
Emirates 1 Romeo.
Emirates 1 Romeo, go ahead.
Emirates 1 Romeo, descend flight level 310 to be level by console.
So we're going to have to just readjust this a little bit.
Sorry, 98 Papa, contact Phil control on 135.725.
135.725, Qatari 98 Papa, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mike, have a look on the... I've done a specific tutorial for auto lands in the 777, mate. So have a look at my PMDG 777 tutorials. If you want to see the PMDG 777 in MSFS do an auto land, there's a nice short video. I think it's about 12 minutes. It will talk through about all the setup for the auto land in the 777, how to set it all up, get it all configured nice and easy, and then it'll be a demonstration of the auto land into London Heathrow, which is quite cool. Definitely worth checking that out if you want to see an auto land in action with this aeroplane. Worth watching. It's really impressive.
Quebec, Bahrain control identified flight level 350. Sir, are you able to Mach 80?
So that's going to get really dark. So what we've done is we've turned down a lot of the brightness of the screens here. You see that cloud getting bounced off the light behind us there? It's really cool. Even the aeroplane now being really illuminated by this. And those strobes.
Qatari 812, gate 25, request push.
The textures and everything, this aircraft generally is just spectacular. The way they've got the nav lights and everything done is just remarkably accurate.
Push and start, base south on Zulu, Qatari 812.
Oh, look at that.
Bahrain, hello, Jet Airways 12 Quebec, ready to check.
There's a blast for the past jet.
Jet Airways 12 Quebec, 35 by 5.
Okay, loud and clear as well, Jet Airways 12 Quebec, request clearance to Moscow.
Jet Airways 12 Quebec, after departure, maintain runway heading, initial climb is 4,000 feet, squawk 44, side 4.
Okay, after departure, and we're heading up to 4,000, squawk 445 for Jet Airways 12 Quebec.
A really good route this, I can highly recommend it. It's been enjoyable.
From Wizz Air, 4 Papa.
60 miles to descent, but we might have to descend a little earlier if ATC tell us to. And look at these emissives now. Jack, you've not seen this at night time, have you, mate? Look at that. They've absolutely smashed the quality at night in this aeroplane. 3.5 hour block time, Foots Aviation. Cross flow traffic there. Oh, but look at that, we've got one ahead, one going that way. Oh, that's the right, and we've got one over there, and one doing cross flow the other way. This is going to get busy. It's going to be a lot to see. Look at that. That's crazy.
Emirates 784, leaving my airspace. Monitor approach. It's by approach on 124.9.
Monitor approach.
Little engine wiggle.
Continue on flight level 310.
784 continues, continue descending.
Continue descending, 784.
I've done it in real life when I was crew Foots Aviation, Heathrow to Accra.
Yeah. Emirates 1 Romeo, descend flight level 310 to be level by Thompson.
He's ahead of us.
Yes, sir. Descend on flight level 210 to reach Thompson.
310.
Which means we might get the same
310.
instruction now.
Thank you. Emirates 922, descend flight level 310 to be level by Thompson.
We'll go to send 310 level Tom, so Emirates 922 heavy.
It's 32 Juliet at Dennis. Sorry. Emirates 32 Juliet clears to Dubai. Initial climb 4,000 feet. Walk 4451. After
What do you mean invalid entry?
This is Dubai, initial climb 4,000 feet on runway heading and walk 4451.
Short the neck. That's weird.
32 Juliet, call back to pushback.
Let's try econ. Oh, it doesn't allow me to do it.
Emirates 5 Alpha Bravo, Bahrain control, identify level 390, continue.
Nope. Now that's odd. How many miles have we got to Thompson?
Emirates 5 Alpha Bravo, reduce speed to Mach 8 here.
Better get down. 20 miles. Interesting. Probably because I've got an econ speed there.
Control, identify level 390, maintain Mach 80.
Ian says he's had the exact same problem.
Mach 80.
We're not going to make 310 at Thompson. We'll go for 3,000 foot per minute and see what we get.
Ready for push and
Yes.
whenever possible.
There is 1 to Quebec. I think they need to wait for the Qatari and the Emirates to leave. Once after they pass you, you can push and start approved face south and Zulu.
Okay, after the Qatari and Emirates, we'll push back face south on Juliet, Jet Airways 1 to Quebec.
Emirates 1 Romeo, leaving my airspace. Monitor Dubai approach on 124. Yeah, I want to check the approaches online. Yeah, you can monitor Dubai approach on 124.9. You're currently out of his airspace, but continue your descent, and he'll contact you when you are in his airspace.
Nice and efficient. We've got that ready. 134, Thompson, 310. We'll have to work out how to try and rebox that. That's him in front. Oh, look at these views. Steep descent.
72 Echo, time level 220.
Seems like we found a bug with the box.
Osprey 2472, descent level 310 to be level by Thompson.
310, apply Thompson for Osprey 2472.
Bahrain, Peter, so Papa, ready for push, start, is 183,
Peter 4 Papa, push for cruise face south and Zulu.
Those strobes are really good. Nice and bright. Same with the beacon.
3812, ready for taxi.
812 taxi, coming for Alpha 9 via Zulu Victor and
Alpha 9 via Zulu Victor and Alpha Qatari 812.
Emirates 836, contact Doha 125 725.
Oh, that's mega, isn't it? It's really cool. Steep descent now. Level off around now by the looks of it. And it's getting dark so fast.
Osprey 71 Alpha Golf, descent level 210 to be level by Thompson.
Mach 84, we just made it. Thompson.
Level by Thompson. Osprey 7
That
Alpha
looks
Golf.
so proficient.
Osprey 24716, descent level 30.
Sorry, say again for Osprey 2472.
Okay, descent to flight level 300.
300, Osprey 2472.
I wonder if we can do it now with this next waypoint. Yeah, look, 310. So we can do flight level 310. Oh, hold on, I need to do the slash. Right, opposite. Flight level 310 at or below. There we go. So it's because we had the econ speed, it wasn't letting us then rebox the aircraft with a new cruise in the descent, even though it wasn't a new cruise in the descent, it was just a different step down to a different altitude.
MSPC, Julius, go ahead.
Should be handed off momentarily.
MSPC, Julius, taxi to holding point Alpha 9, gauge release, Victor and Alpha. Holding point Alpha 9 by...
We have got top of descent coming up quite rapidly though. Look at these emissives now. Flight deck's looking fantastic. And so's that. Spectacular. Hey Fred. Welcome. New sounds, really nice. Slight tweaks. Just slight tweaks. But all the all the while quite remarkable. If I miss bits in the chat now, it's because it's getting mega busy and there's lots of aeroplanes.
Emirates 411, step on level 310 to level by Alfred. That's level by Thompson.
Section level 310, level by Thompson. Emirates 411.
2,000 foot per minute, 2,000 feet to go, sorry, before...
Emirates 922, leaving my airspace. Monitor Dubai approach 124.9 and continue your descent. He will pick you up once you're into this.
They've just gone offline, I think. Well, Monitor Unicom 1228, Emirates 922. Thanks, there to see. Right, anyway, let's so look at that. Just before we hit the VNAV profile, make sure we're VNAV speed, LNAV 170 for the descent. Down we go. And we should now be in econ descent, 291 knots. VTAM for 12,000 there, so let's set 12 on the box as we work into the descent. Let's turn that standby instrument down a wee bit. And those displays are now as low as they go. Can't believe approach has just gone offline. Is it because it was going too busy? I don't know. Sod's law. Yeah, what I find, Fred, is people are far too reactive in this community now, and they will latch on to a lot of other people's thoughts that the sounds are crap in this aeroplane, but they're not actually rubbish. They're actually pretty good. It's disappointing to kind of see the amount of criticism that PMDG had about the sounds, but actually, I've been on a hell of a lot of 777-300s in my life, thankfully, been blessed with that, and I thought the sounds were alright before. Now there's a little bit more polish on them and a little bit more of a buzzsaw on the departure through 10,000 when we accelerate from 250 up to our proper climb speed. Then you get that increase in the wind speed and all that, and that's really impressive as well. I really like the sounds. I've got no need for the FT Sim Plus sound pack. I don't know why people did jump on that bandwagon so quickly, especially when they're too, you've got to pay for it, pay for the sounds. But I don't know. Everybody's got a different desire, haven't they, with sounds and things. Each to their own. Can't believe approach has gone offline. At VTEB we'll call up and announce our position. Bear in mind there's actually an event on. I'm surprised they've gone offline. But hey ho, maybe they're overwhelmed by the traffic levels. Yeah, nighttime textures are really popping through now. How good does that look? And if we go into the flight deck, into the cabin, sorry. Jack, are you ready? If you're still here, hopefully you are. Look at that, Atarium Liveries. Cabin texture work. My goodness. That's incredible. We've got to figure out a way to do something like that on our Osprey Airways livery, surely. Look at that. Just insane, the amount of deep. Look, that's just so impressive. Just get the other side of the bulkhead and work through into the forward cabins while we get a bit of chance, while we have a bit of time in the descent. But just insanely good, isn't it? Have you ever seen a livery so well made? Oh, look at business class. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So let's just take a... Where we got? We got a little seat here. Just in line with the pillow. Let's get a feel for what it's really like. Look at this. How have they done it? Not yet Night Shadow. New to GSX though, an update that's that came just the other day. The Leonardo Mad Dog now supports passengers from GSX. So they've now managed to get it working inside the Leonardo MD-82, 83 and 88. So those of you with those aeroplanes and GSX, you'll be able to use those that update with the new passenger integration in GSX, which is quite cool. Can you guess where Dubai is, anyone? Oh, your lights there, it's just incredible from the distance. It's weird flying into Dubai at night. I swear every time we go there we do it. Look at the beacon light there as well underneath that's reflecting off the engine cowling. And we've got an aeroplane just up ahead of us that looks like we might converge at the same place as well, actually. Paul says when you have a virtual reality headset on and you sit in the cabin, it feels like you're really there. I can quite imagine it does. James, yes. The United Arab Emirates is the same country, isn't it, really? We go to... Is it that? No, sorry. My bad. That view. That's... passenger seat view there. So this is the economy section, look. Just look forward and have a bit of a wing view. Imagine that in VR. It'd be so impressive. Back to the flight deck. Well, our 12 is set. And that's going to be local QNH, which is 993. There's no arrival ATIS currently, weirdly enough. Departure ATIS is now broken. Brilliant. I shall use the METAR command in the live chat. Should be 993. Don't forget, high to low, down you go. So when we go through the transition altitude, 1 hectopascal is the equivalent of approximately 30 feet. So, what's the transition altitude in Dubai? Flight level 150. So when we go through flight level 150 shortly, we go to the local QNH of 993 hectopascals. There's a difference of 20 hectopascals between standard pressure and the local QNH. So if we times 20 by 30, that's 600 feet difference. So when we go through 15,000 and press the button to go to local pressure, we're actually going to be at 14,400 feet MSL. High to low, down you go. There's egg knot for the missed approach as well. That magenta line there bringing us out. Well, it's been a very long time since we've done nighttime landings. I always find them a bit tricky in Microsoft Flight Simulator because you don't get that depth perception. Lone Gamer, welcome, good afternoon. You don't get the depth perception that you do in real life. It's quite hard to reference your position from the ground.
Dubai traffic, Maha Air 563 is 11 miles to VATSIM intersection. VATSIM 3 Delta arrival, expect ILS 30 left.
Okay, checklists. Order breaks, we've done landing refs and the approach brief earlier has been completed. Altimeters are going to be local in a second. Keep an eye on the altitude, folks, when you press that button.
Air 563, we have you on my ticket.
Tower has gone now, David, as well. Which is wild, because there is an actual event online. And now it's going to be Unicom chaos for everybody. Okay, he's on TCAS as well. Dubai traffic, Emirates 922 heavies through flight level 150 to local pressure, QNH 993 hectopascals. Currently 12 track miles west of VATSIM. I've got a sequence in front of the traffic, behind the traffic in front of me. We'll be expecting the ILS 30 left approach, all dot transition via the VATSIM 3 Delta arrival into Dubai. High to low, down you go. Look at that. Bosh. Let's keep going to 7. So workload's gone up now, especially with no controller online. We're going to break off over the field, VATSIM 3 Delta. We've got their aircraft right ahead of us there. We've got another one in front of him. I don't know if we've got anyone else around us. But now it's night time, we get to see their lights flashing, which is rather helpful. We're looking pretty good around us anyway, and we're all set. Lone Gamer, check out the descent profile, mate. The descent tutorial that I've done.
We maintain the VATSIM 3 Delta arrival is type Airbus.
So VATSIM speed 230 knots. Yeah, from Emirates 9022 heavy 777-300ER, and I'll be behind you. Last traffic call in Dubai.
Roger.
Well done, Koisas. Good work. So this is where now everybody flying into Dubai has to work together as an efficient team now, because there's no air traffic controllers online, which is great. They've just left the poor ground controller on, which is crazy. I'm tempted to message him actually and be like, have you got anyone else coming online before this descends into chaos? Oh well. So I'm just going to give it a little bit of drag required there, because it knows now we're crossing this waypoint, max 230 knots. Just as we start to roll out, I want to be achieving that. Altitude's perfect, below 12. 230. That'll do us. And we have that aeroplane precisely 5 miles in front of us now as well. So this is where we've got to be really accurate with our descent profile. Let's get the seatbelt signs on proper. There goes the cabin.
Shortly commencing our descent. On behalf of all other crew, I would like to thank you all for flying with Emirates. And we shall see you again soon. Bye bye.
تدريجي نحو مطار دبي الدولي على شأن حالتكم العودة إلى مقاعدكم والمقاعد فوق العمودي واعتراف سنقص رغبة أولاد معتمد الأحزمة والتأكد بحقيبكم في أماكن المخصصة. للتأكد وإلمام بكم بأقرب مخرجكم وجاء سلامة الدائرة يجب غير أن تشعر تعليمات سلامة وشروج مقاعدكم. يجب الآن إغلاق الأسير الإلكتروني حوزتكم وشكرا لتعاونكم.
How are we doing? The descent profiles look pretty good here. Dubai's just off the nose on the right. Look at those reflections as well from the glare shield. I don't know if I can get that set again. You just about see it there, reflecting off the aircraft.
Dubai traffic here on second night, landing on my 30.
LukeAirTool.net for the cabin announcements, folks. It's a really good bit of freeware. There you go. There's the in the chat there. I've typed it in for you guys so you can see what it is. I've used it quite a lot in the past. It's really good. Offers a lot of free cabin announcements for various airlines around the world. And Emirates is one of those airlines it's got a lot of announcements for, which is quite nice. What are we now? So Lovok 230 out of below 11. Then we've got Delta Bravo, so Dubai 529. Below 8. Sorry, at or above 8. Then patted at 210 knots at or above 7. So we're going to have to extend flaps soon because 210's below our minimum clean speed there. So we'll go for flaps 1 down to 210 knots and then we'll transition over the airfield. Which will come into view soon, I would imagine. Which it might be there actually. Just, in fact, no, there it is. Ta-da! There we go. It's coming to view now. Perfect timing. There's Dubai Airport. Pretty cool. Look at the approach lights flashing away there on the opposite runway. Carlito, good question. I don't know what gate. I didn't actually work that out. I should probably work that out really quickly in case that controller also goes offline. So what are we? UAE 922. Actually, in real life, it did this exact same arrival, and I think it looks like it parked at Alpha 2, but it's really hard to tell because it's turned its transponder off at that point, so I don't know where it parked in real life. But somewhere around Alpha 2 or similar, I'm not sure to be precise. Okay, we've just done cabin view for the last 5 minutes. Where have you been? It's great, isn't it? It's really impressive. But now, so we're getting down for the approach. These lights should start to go down again once we get a bit lower. So landing lights, pop those on now below 10,000. Taxi lights can go on. And the cabin is now secure. So we should see a dimming of the cabin environment. In fact, it is dimming, isn't it? Or is it me? It's definitely getting slightly dimmer. Oh yeah. Is it? I don't know if it's tricking my eyes now. So the PMDG 777 comes with dynamic lighting anyway. If you leave it on automatic, the cabin lights behind the flight deck door are simulated all the way through the journey. There we go. Turned up all of a sudden to that maximum brightness, and then at some point in towards the stand Alpha 6 commentator, thank you mate, I'll take that then, or thereabouts. So towards the final approach, what we will do is should experience the cabin lighting turning off entirely. You just see the Dubai through the windows over there. So we should have the field over us now. Let's go flaps 1 now because we're below our minimum clean. Got to look after the jet. There's Dubai below. For the first time in the PMDG 777. I'm actually going to put flap 5 out, I think, just to help the aeroplane. And I just want to check its speed as well, actually. That 210. Yeah, flaps 1's fine. 4 degrees nose up. I'll take that. We'll leave it at that for now. Over the fields for a transition over the airfield, and then we're going to work onto the downwind. We'll see how we go. We've got to sequence ourselves around all the other folks with Dubai below. Look at that. Got the Unibuilds Dubai scenery installed. Should have the airfield below us. There we are. Look at that. I'm going to just quickly pop the logo light on. It's the first time doing a nighttime approach. I'm quite excited. 7,000. Let's keep it going. Add a below 7. What do we want to be? So I'm trying to work out what the aeroplanes are doing in front of us here. So we've got 2 in front. VTEB 3 Bravo, whatever it is. 3 Delta, sorry. Nobody's on the 3 Charlie, so that's good. We've got an aircraft. Got a bit of it's kind of desert fog down there. Got an aircraft on short final somewhere below us. Probably just gone underneath the wing now, out of view anyway. It was hazy last time we flew in here. If I go to 6, no, sorry, 5. Flap 5. That's good. Oh, just caught the end of that. So they've tweaked the flap sounds as well and made them have a bit more of a smoother transition. Really nice. VTEB at 210, and then we've got DB524 at 185 coming up shortly, but I don't know what the aeroplane in front is going to want to do. Actually, now he's dropped into like a 3-mile separation, which is just about borderline okay. Any closer than that, though, we'll be sweating a little bit.
Dubai traffic, 31 Charlie, crossing runway 30 left via point kilo 11.
Turn some of that brightness down a bit. IDBW, so that's good, that matches. I can't believe they've gone offline in an event.
Dubai traffic behind the departing the 777 UAE 150 with the 31 Charlie is going to line up and take off.
He's breaking off there. From Amsterdam, but actually that's pretty messy.
Dubai traffic, Emirates 8 uniform is fully established localizer for runway 30 left, 24.
Because he's just cut in front of someone else. Carlito's right up close to Emirates 8 uniform, so he's going to have to watch his separation there. I'll show you what this guy's just done. This Mode Aviation chap, whatever his name is, Emirates 2 Whiskey. He's just cut straight in front of Emirates 8 uniform and Carlito. That's not how to do Unicom. Cookie Taste, thanks buddy. Upgraded to Silver Frequent Flyer, appreciate it mate. Really difficult trying to work out separation with this. Oh my goodness. What a mess. that looks really bad. So it's like they're going to collide with each other. Look how close that is. He's cut right in front of them. So that guy above, who's just coming in from Amsterdam, is going to have to take 3-0 right really. There's no other fair way of doing it. And then they've got him, Carlito behind him. We've got one in front there as well. So we're going to have to just gradually continue the descent as we are and just sequence downwind with everyone else. It's the only way to do it. We've got a bit more of a downwind leg, so hey, that's the Osprey, I think. Oh, it might be an Emirates tail actually. This is awesome. Look at these emissives. There's that Amsterdam chap that's just come like proper Leroyed. I think he's disconnected actually. There's every chance he might have done. Oh no, there he is, he's reconnected again. We're right on top of somebody. God, my goodness. Don't do that folks. We've all got to work as a team without the ATC. Have you noticed that though as well? Have you seen the strobes? The emissives there just reflecting off in the atmosphere. I don't know if you can see that on the stream. Hopefully you can. Look at that. That's incredible. There's Carlito. And here we go. Not far to go folks. Hopefully you've enjoyed the flight today. It's been a good one. Speed should start to scrub down in a moment. 185 slash 5,000 below. Just got to set that so we force a speed constraint in. Dubai traffic, Emirates 922 heavies turning left base at 525 for the ILS 30 left, speed 185 knots. I believe number 2 on base.
Dubai traffic, Emirates 922
him in front. So we've got to do a bit of work here. I'm going to have to slow down for him because he looks like he's slowing down quite quickly. Which means whoever's behind me might need to start slowing down as well.
Is on the long final to 30 left, speed 185 knots.
Okay. From Emirates 922, Roger, I'll reduce my speed a little further than I'm currently about 2.5 miles behind. (2,000) to continue that descent.
Mahir 563, I will maintain 185 knots to glide slope.
Thank you. 185 all dot. So those of you behind me, you might just need to start bringing that speed down yourself as well actually, because ideally if I was him, what I'd do is increase my speed a little bit and I would do sort of 210 knots until all dot, and then I'll reduce my speed to 185 because otherwise it's just making everybody stack up.
Maintain 185 knots to glide slope.
Right, 2002 9er, that's the inbound course. We're on a long final, but we're not yet established because we're so far away. We're like 20 miles away again. I don't think we've got anyone.
Dubai traffic, Emirates 784 heavy slowing down to 116 knots.
Oh, we haven't got anyone behind us there anyway on that. What about on the other side? No, we're all good. Let's go down to 800 foot per minute, speed 180. Where's he? He's at 3 miles. I'm going to have to bring it down to speed 160. Which means I need flat 15. And that should hopefully give us a little bit of separation now. For him? I don't know who that is, but they're just cutting right in front of everyone else, which is crazy.
Emirates on Romeo, also coming speed down to final approach with 145.
Yeah, got him, thank you. And look at that, we've got a whole line of pilots. Look at those lights on the downwind there. One over the field at the minute, we've got one in front on final. Okay, approach mode's armed, locks active, and we're captured. 30 left. Dubai traffic, Emirates 9022 heavies, established ILS 30 left, 18 miles, speed 170 for separation. Dubai traffic.
Dubai traffic, Mahar 563, you maintain 185 knots to glide slope.
Good, so that aircraft in front is giving us a little bit of space. He's keeping his speed slightly higher than ours. I don't want to extend the gear yet. I'm just going to bring that to 400 foot per minute. Lights, signs. We've already had the cabin secure. We can go back to the checklists, and it's going to be speed brake arms. Let's get our arm now. Armed. 16 miles. We don't want the gear down just yet. Ashley says Unicom approach to Dubai has given Heathrow a run for the bad name. Given Heathrow a run for the bad name, it seems. I know. Makes Heathrow seem a bit calmer. Can't believe the ATC's gone offline. That's so disappointing. The poor chap on ground as well. 1835. Although, hold on. UAE Observer. So he's not even giving ATC.
Dubai traffic, Mahar 1563 is reducing to final upper speed.
Choffinek. Alright, but look at that. He's 3 miles ahead. So that's going to now cascade to us. We're going to have to also reduce to final. He's going to have to work hard and get off the runway as quick as possible to help us out. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves getting stuck pretty quickly. Missed approach, climb direct to DB 707, then track 284 to egg knot, hold at 3000. So 11 miles coming up. Gear down. Flaps 15 currently.
And tracking for Delta Bravo 505 to begin the approach for runway 30 left. Dubai traffic.
Dubai traffic, Emirates 9022's 11 mile final, speed 160 knots until 4 DME separation for the aircraft in front. 3 mile separation currently.
Roger, Dubai traffic.
Jack, the event times 14 Z to 21 Z.
VRF 153 knots, sir. I will vacate the runway.
So I'm going to replan there, go for flap 30, just to bring us down a bit more speed. And I'm going to reduce to final approach speed now. I haven't got a choice at 9 miles for the guys behind. Because he's already slowing right down. Not ideal. 140. Flap 30, gear down and green.
Dubai traffic, Osprey 71 Alpha Golf, overhead Delta Bravo 52.
Some of the cabin lights are off, but still right inside.
185 knots, Dubai traffic.
Okay, 8 miles final approach speed then, folks, 140.
563 is on final approach.
And about to hit the ice slope. He's literally 3 miles ahead, so this is tight. And we've got a 14 knot crosswind left to right. But realistically, the component for us is 6 knot headwind, 5 knot approximately crosswind. We'll see how it goes. But the landing gear's down and green, flap 30 green, speed brakes armed. We've already had cabin secure, lights and signs set, missed approach set to 3000, inbounds 299 for the missed approach course, and we're on the glide. This is tight. Paul says towers back online. 1875.
Still continuing to descend via star and reducing speed to 185 knots. Dubai traffic.
Traffic, Emirates 94,
Dubai Tower, good evening. Emirates 922 heavies, final approach speed 5 miles, ILS 30, number 2.
Emirates 922 Dubai Tower, good day. Continue approach 30 left near number 2. Plan to vacate left kilo 8. Expect a possible late clearance. Traffic is on short final. He's not on my frequency yet.
Yeah, Roger, I've been coordinating with him previously. We'll expect to vacate kilo 8. We'll continue approach and expect late clearance. Emirates 922 heavy, thanks.
Emirates 922, appreciate that. Wind check 27037 knots, continue approach.
Roger, continue 922. Kerry Ralph, welcome.
Osprey 272 heavy with you.
1000.
On the localizer 19, runway 30 left.
Station calling tower seconds, call sign only.
Osprey 2472.
Okay, so it's either going to be landing or missed approach. And kilo 8 is what we planned for the vacate. Remember we were talking about that earlier.
Plan to vacate left kilo 8, Osprey 2472.
Flap 35.
922, wind check 270 degrees, 7 knots, continue approach.
Continue 922. Continue 922. It's missed autopilot's off.
Etihad 571 tower, readability 5.
500.
Now, I didn't get the warbler, the siren, because I just double-clicked the autopilot straight away.
Emirates 922, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear land, thanks. Emirates 922. Well, look at that. We got that spacing nailed just about, folks. All of a sudden, the crosswind's just gone into a headwind. Just going to have to increase that pitch. Just giving us a bit of a float. Oh. Looking ahead. So hard at night.
Minimums.
Continue.
Continuing.
Looking ahead.
Light 30. 20.
And reverse green. Back on that centre line. Manual brakes. Vacate kilo 8, which I think that's 9. 70 knots. Brakes are off. We'll close the reversers. That's kilo 9. Kilo 8, there's the sign. Brakes.
Emirates 1 Romeo Dubai Tower, traffic is a company 777 vacating from the right-hand side, Kilo 8.
Nailed it.
Give way to the traffic. Break, Emirates 922, continue taxi, right Kilo, hold Kilo.
Right, Kilo, hold Kilo, Emirates 9022, when we've vacated now.
Thank you.
Where's Kilo? Dubai is so confusing. Hold on, actually, let me get my...
Emirates 1 Romeo, behind the company 777, taxi Kilo, hold Kilo.
Kilo's all the way down there. Got it. Okay, spotted. Landing lights, runway turn off lights, strobes can go off, APU start. .294 foot per minute, 1.3 G, so a little heavy, just beyond the touchdown zone there. Like I said, I've really struggled with the assessment of height because of the night time in the sim. It's my kryptonite, if you will.
Emirates 922, continue Kilo, stand Foxtrot 5.
Continue Kilo, stand Foxtrot 5, Emirates 922 heavy. Thanks for the ATC.
Emirates 922, you can contact ground 118.350 good day.
Airwheel code ground on 118350, good day.
Emirates 1 Romeo, follow the company 777, stand Foxtrot 3.
118350.
Emirates 1 Romeo.
Singapore 4, correction.
Foxtrot 2. Sorry, Foxtrot 5. Press follow me. Okay, that's all the way down there. Got it. Alright, let's get the speed brakes and everything retracted. They've already done. Let's listen to the flap noise. Dubai ground, good evening. Emirates 9022 heavies on Kilo to continue Foxtrot 5 for the stand.
Stand 922 heavy, hello, taxi Kilo, stand Foxtrot 5.
Evening, taxi Kilo, Foxtrot 5, Emirates 9022 heavy.
Dubai ground, Emirates 98 Alpha, request.
Nice flap sounds.
Taxi to runway 30 right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please stay in your seat with your seatbelt fastened until the seatbelt sign has been switched off. You can now use your mobile phone. Please check your seat pocket and overhead locker to make sure you have all your belongings with you. If you need any help transferring to another flight, please contact the airport to discuss meeting this flight. Please collect all your luggage and continue to customs. If you are traveling on another flight, please go to the relevant check-in areas. Thank you. Thank you for flying Emirates.
Flight Sim Desbrew, hello. This is Parallel 42's Flow Pro with a landing rate widget.
سادتي وسادتي أسعد صراحة قطار الطائرة الآن في حضراتي في مطار دبي الدولي حيث توقيت محشر الساعة 4:56 أرجع من حضراتكم بقى إجازتنا في مقاعدكم تتوقف الطائرة نهائيا وتدفع إشارة أحزمة المقاعد ونرجوكم انتباه الحذر عن تسرع وذلك تفادي لسقوط الأوضاع عليكم المسافرين الآخرين. حضرة المسافرين ترون سفرهم إلى محطات أخرى يرجى مراعاة البطء في الأرضية داخل صالة القادمين. نشكركم سفركم مع طائرة الإمارات كانت
that line there is Kilo. We've just gone past. APU's on. Let's see. So we're not going to break off on Zulu 6 here at the Foxtrot apron. We're going to continue on Kilo and then we're going to turn. You'll notice there's a couple of little arrows that will point off basically for a long parking. And there's Foxtrot 9, Foxtrot 8, so we're almost at 5. Once we shut down, we'll disembark And that'll be us for today. Monday, I'm not quite sure on the times yet, but I'm hoping at 8 AM I'm going to be able to get up early and take part in VATPAC's Australia Milk Run Monday in the 777 again. So we'll have a little look at that. Potentially, if I can get the timings to work, make sure you tune in for that. Certainly if you're the other side of the world. It will finally be a stream, but it's a much more suitable time for you, hopefully. Here we are, Foxtrot 5, you can just see there below us.
Stand Charlie 60,
taxi lights off.
Maya Kilo, Mahir 563.
Speedboat 106 ready for push and start and stand Delta 6.
106 pushback start and approve face east QNH 909 and 3 hectopascal.
This aircraft is just such a go. It's such a beast.
East, altimeter 993, QNH 993.
Big thank you to everyone who's tuned in today, as always, and all of our channel members wherever you are in the world. Appreciate all the support as always. Let's just bring the speed down. Big thanks to Jack dropping a big £50 tip earlier. Alpha Bravo as well. David A. Ricardo. Appreciate all of that support, folks. And Sundeep for donating, was it 20 channel members, and Gav gifting 5 channel members to memberships out for the next month to some of you guys watching. So it's great to see lots of involvement across the channel today and a busy old live chat. Big thanks to everyone that's tuned in. Following the VDGS, 1 meter to go. Stop. And the brakes are on. That's all good. Brakes sets. Just going to wiggle the trim. Oops, wrong button. Always get those two confused. Just going to wiggle the trim forwards a little bit more. Nathaniel says, gotta love Dubai. Always expect to find a Minotaur back there somewhere. It's that much of a labyrinth. There we are.
Goodbye, ground. Very good evening.
And on stand, we can pop the transponders on standby. Wing lights off. They're all off already. That's all set. Fuel control lever. Run to cut off. 1 and 2. Packs divert across to the APU. Engines come off. A little memo there show that it lost the satellite stuff. Centuria, you made it. Nice. Hot brake sets. TCAS off. And we want to make sure the weather radar is off as well, which actually is just WXR like so. Fuel pumps off, hydraulic panel is set. Oops. GSX. Requested boarding. And then we can pop the main pumps off. We should get APU continue the power automatically. He says, there we go. We can go to the APU here. So the UFT. So many work. Chocks. We should have. There we go. Doors 2. I need to pop the beacon lights off. So many switches. That's all good. We're going to go door management, disarm, open entry 2 left, cargo forward, and aft. There we go. And the aircraft's going to start to disembark. I've already opened 2 left. There we go. We just quickly bop in here. Oh yeah, it doesn't really have a thing on there. Yeah, look at that. Mega impressive. And it's right on the 7 whiskey slot as well. How's that for parking? Yes! Buzzing. Yeah, big thanks to all of our air traffic control, certainly in Cairo, for doing a remarkable job sequencing all of us. Great to see loads of people flying along today. It's a weekend, makes it a bit more enjoyable for everyone, I know, and easier to attend. Been a really good flight today. Carlito, thank you, mate. 5 more channel members gifted for the next month, courtesy of Carlito this time. Valley, Nathaniel Wallace, Ian, Crowman99 and Skyworker. Big thanks to Carlito there. You guys have got a channel membership per month. Be sure to link your user account into Discord and you'll get access to our dedicated club lounge. Keep an eye on the channel. Ideally, probably Monday, we're going to be in Milk Bun Monday, flying Melbourne to Sydney in the 777-300. But hit like, hit subscribe before you head off. Again, a big thank you to all of our air traffic control for today and our fellow pilots flying along, enjoying the flight. One more thing to do. We've got to check New Sky for our score. So let's put night mode on because it's dark now in Dubai. And we'll close our flight. Nice profit. 926 with a slight long landing there. That's fair enough. That was my fault. I thought that might happen. But really good livery. I can't remember who suggested it, but big thanks to them. And in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. And I'll see you very soon. Take care.
908 Alpha, continue taxi right, Mike, hold Mike. Taxi right, Mike. Fly 1454, radio check on 118.135. 1454. Readability 5, thanks, I fly 1454. And I fly 1454, stand Foxtrot for information, Lima, request Alpha clearance.